pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We are live.
Okay, I'd like to ask Dr. Wilson to read the closed session summary.
The board met in executive session on Tuesday, April 12, 2016 at central office in the boardroom at 4:08 p.m. under the authority of 3-305 of the general provisions of the annotated code of Maryland to discuss the following items: board meeting minutes, banking update, negotiations, and personnel topics to include the superintendent search, field trips, and professional leave requests. The board recessed the executive session at 5:43 p.m. to go into the work session. The board reconvened the executive session at 9:00 p.m. The board meeting adjourned the executive session at 9:40 p.m. Present for the meeting were Ms. Charlotte Seabold, President, Ms. Monica Rinker, Vice President, board members, Mr. Thomas Carr, Ms. Cynthia Doughton, Mr. Matthew Paul. Also present for part of the meeting were Dr. Janet Wilson, Secretary Treasurer, Superintendent of Schools, Mrs. Barbara Baker, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Mr. Tim Thornburg, Director of Human Resources and Secretary Treasurer, Superintendent of Schools, Mrs. Barbara Baker, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Mr. Tim Thornburg, technology, and Mr. Larry McKenzie, Director of Finance. Ms. Karen Brewer, Executive Assistant Superintendent, was present for part of the meeting for the purpose of taking minutes. The board met in executive session on Thursday, May 12, 2016 at central office in the boardroom at 6:05 p.m. under the authority of 3-305 of the general provisions of the annotated code of Maryland to discuss the following personnel topics: superintendent search and attorney search. The board adjourned the executive session at 9:00 p.m. Present for the meeting were Ms. Charlotte Seabold, President, Ms. Monica Rinker, Vice President, board members, Mr. Thomas Carr, Ms. Cynthia Doughton, Mr. Matthew Paul, board member. Joined the meeting via conference phone. Also present for part of the meeting were Mr. William Middleton and Dr. Thelma Monk, lead consultants for me.
Thank you. Next is an overview of the Garrett County Association of Student Councils, and Michelle Harmon will be presenting.
Hi, good evening or good afternoon. I am currently serving as the regional advisor of the Garrett County Association of Student Councils, and two of our advisors are here and also one of our part-time advisors and chaperones, and they will be speaking as they go through each of the schools. I have a brief overview of the activities of the Garrett County Association of Student Councils throughout the year. Is there a good place for me to stand if I'm not standing? Doesn't matter. Is this okay here? Okay. GCSC stands for, as I said already, Garrett County Association of Student Councils, and we welcome delegates from any of the student councils in the county. Right now, we have delegates from the 2 middle schools and 2 high schools, and we just voted to add an elementary liaison, and that person is coming from Exton Elementary. So we're excited to push leadership down into the elementary levels and begin to foster their skills at that level as well. We meet once a month on Saturday mornings. We also do a lot of activities during the year related to local, county, state, and sometimes national events. The main reason that we get together is really to provide a forum for all the students to share what they're doing at their schools and to discuss issues that relate to us on a county-wide level that they would like to perhaps discuss with you or deal with within their schools. And the current officers are Alexis Bagley, Vice President, Alex Miller, that currently there's not a secretary, Mackenzie Swift is our treasurer, second Vice President, which is the middle school liaison, is Logan Mason, and our student member of the board, of course, is Lauren Frick. And I kind of said already what we do. Some of the other things that we do are work on parliamentary procedure and how to run a meeting, a general assembly in an orderly fashion. So when students go to other meetings that are run on that same platform, they're familiar with Robert's Rules of Order and sharing ideas and concerns. We also listen to county agencies who want us to get involved with activities or service learning opportunities. And we also try to provide those for our schools and students within our schools. And that I've shown you before, but that is our shirt. I don't know if you can see it, that we designed. Can you read it? I don't want to read it to you. And everybody seems to like our shirts because they are oftentimes John Deere colors, and because so often people will ask us, where are you from? Garrett County. Where's that? Okay, that's the westernmost county. Oh, you mean Hagerstown? No, there's like some more stuff after that. And we've also had shirts where we had the whole state pictured and a little bus on it saying, yes, we came from here on a cheese wagon, showing the whole over to Ocean City on a school bus. One of the first things that we do is a November leadership conference, which is statewide. And I took a bus full of middle schoolers, and you can't really see, but they're in some classrooms having some leadership lessons. This was in the beginning in the General Assembly. Do I have a little pointer? Oh, yeah, there. Okay. I had to borrow Jim's because mine wouldn't work. Here are some gentlemen sampling some calamari, which they had never had before. There's nothing quite as interesting as taking a bunch of middle schoolers to the Chinese buffet, where they wanted to eat everything. And here they are representing. And I forget what you guys were writing on the walls. Do you remember?
Ideas for fundraising for our students.
And that's what they were doing there. And there's the group from Southern Middle and the group from Northern Middle. And that's difficult to see, but that was us at Advocacy Day. And what we've done with Advocacy Day is really design a day full of activities. We toured the Naval Academy. We met with one of our former students who attended the Naval Academy and also is now an instructor there. And she spoke with us. We met with legislators. We discussed legislation and toured the buildings. And as you can see in the next picture, hang out downtown and usually get some ice cream. And in this picture, that is Wendell Beitzel speaking to Colton Mason, who is our representative. Did I say the wrong name before? Yeah. Okay, I thought. And he's speaking about the history of Accident School. And as a part of his growth this year in leadership, he has again become the liaison for elementary. He also has urged Accident to develop a flag, which will be Accident Elementary will have their own flag, which will be unveiled on the 24th at 9:30. And he also has conducted a lot of the students have, research related to the history of Accident to maintain the richness that has created that school and preserve the history. And then there's Amelia Germain down there speaking to delegate, asking questions. Whoops, wrong button. Whoops, get back. Then we went to Ocean City, and that was for the state convention, and there's our little delegation, small but mighty. And we had students from every school except for Northern High at that. And there is Logan giving the address for our county in front of a crowd of 1,200 people, which is pretty impressive. And he is really spontaneous and decided that he would have everyone sing to the birthday girl. So the whole delegation sang to her, which was really wonderful. And it was sweet that he thought of that. And really, another interesting piece is some of our students here served on the campaign staff for one of the candidates, and that's the candidate, Avery Klein, who won the election. So they got that experience. And also Logan and I served on, what was it called? The Executive Board for Election Procedures to look at any violations of campaigning that went on. There were some, so we had to meet and discuss that. So really great experiences in leadership and democracy. And I couldn't be more proud of these guys. And we had our last meeting, which now is not our last meeting. Our SMOB that we had recommended has declined. So we are looking for a new SMOB candidate. And our president comes from Southern High, Hunter McCroby, for next year. Abby Cutler from Northern High will be the first VP. Secretary Sophia Moss from the Northern End with her assistant Riley. And Treasurer Austin Baker from Southern High. And Logan Mason will be the second vice president. And we then will fill the appointed offices, which are parliamentarian, historian, and public relations. But something really exciting is, if you look down here, they are working through amendments to the Constitution, which will now involve the addition of a STEAM position, STEM/STEAM. And that individual will be Noah Aiken. And again, they voted to amend the Constitution. They didn't, they're working through the amendments, but voted on the temporary installation of an elementary liaison. And they also voted to have another meeting in June. So we will be meeting again and passing the gavel. And those are some of the officers there with me. And most of all, we would like to thank the board and thank the system for their support of our activities throughout the year, from allowing us to go on field trips, to covering transportation costs, to paying for substitutes, to covering some registration, and for assisting students in growing in leadership. And we are all very appreciative of the opportunities that you provide for us. And I would like to thank the advisors, and I will let you guys speak, whoever would like to go first.
Guys, you can just sit right here.
Have a seat.
Yeah, I'm sure where to go. Go ahead. Okay, this is Northern Middle School. These are three of our guys. I think it should just play through as they speak. Yes. Good afternoon. Today I'd like to introduce some great student council members. They will tell you a little bit about what we have accomplished this year. I am Logan Mason. I'm Sophia Moss. And I'm Sarah Hilsky. We have great pride in our leadership program at Northern Middle. This year we've traveled with GCASC to Leadership Conference, Lobbying Day, and MASC Convention. In February, we were fortunate to spend the day in Annapolis touring the Capitol and meeting with Delegate Beitzel. We spent the afternoon discussing things that were important to us, like fracking and time spent testing in schools.
As a commitment to drug prevention, education, and personal commitment to live drug-free lives, we sponsored Red Ribbon Week at our school. Students were asked to dress with today's concept and decorate with a drug-free theme. On Veterans Day, we had more than 100 people attend our celebration. This is our way to honor the commitment and sacrifices of these men and women.
Public service is extremely important to us. We are always encouraged to make a difference in the world. We collected more than 100 items for the Garrett County Food Bank through the Kids Helping Kids campaign. This winter, we raised money for the St. Jude Children's Hospital and Cindy's Fund.
By charging $1 to wear a hat to school, we earned more than $100 for pulmonary fibrosis in honor of Mrs. Dye's father. We collected more than 100 paper towel rolls for heart-free animals.
Each year, we decorate a Christmas tree for the doves that are auctioned. This year's theme was Have a Sweet Christmas, and we won Best of Show in our division and raised more than $300. We just planned Teacher Appreciation Week activities and worked with Ms. Hankinson on 5th grade orientation with the elementary schools. We are also very proud to say that this year we had our first Relay for Life team at our school and raised more than $2,000 to give cancer the boot.
Leadership is a great responsibility, and we take pride in what we do. Thanks for your continued support.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and we appreciate you coming today. Does anyone have any questions for students? Students have any questions?
I have a quick one, please. When is your June meeting?
June 25th, 9 o'clock, Perkins. It's a
That's
Saturday.
first. Thanks.
And thank you very much for all you've done this year, and all of your work helps to make our school success. So, thank you.
And now we'll have Southern High.
Okay, good.
We have somebody for every school.
Excellent.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I can cycle through this.
You're
Just
so
before we
welcome
get
to have
started,
a seat.
there's only a few chairs.
Take my chair then.
Yeah.
Now there's one for you.
Patrick will be our operator.
Okay. So just as an introduction, I'm Patrick Lee.
I'm Mackenzie Smith. I'm the treasurer of both student council and GCPS.
I'm Victoria Rescue.
I'm Lauren.
Yeah, I should think you know her by now. So, the rest of that story.
All right, so our first event we did this year was the dress swap, which allowed low-income students to come in and buy used dresses that our students had brought in at a lower price without the cost of travel.
Our next event was the Inspire Me Wall. So students throughout the school were encouraged to submit positive or encouraging quotes, and those were all put up in display at the main hallway.
Last fall, we had our annual Ram Rumble for four of the classes, which is what Northern calls it. And we took up a charity to benefit Miss Sarah Beard, who was in a coma last fall. I don't know if we've had any update on her, but we hope she's doing well.
The next event was the Yankee Candle fundraiser, which was new this year for us, which is a success, bringing us over $1,000 roughly.
We sold candy grams this year for the winter holiday and for Valentine's Day, with candy canes for Christmas and lollipops at Valentine's Day. Those were popular.
And then we hosted a winter dance with the theme of snow coming. And as you can see, it was a very well-attended event.
And next up was our Easter egg hunt, which was a partnership between our student council and the local Lions Club of Oakland. It was a free event for the community where we hit over 3,000 Easter eggs. I mean, it was a lot of fun. And we also had 2 blood drives this year. We had 2 blood drives at our school this year, one in the fall and one in the spring. And this year, it was the most successful year we've had in a long time.
We collected 57 units of blood. Advocacy Day in Annapolis, Ms. Harmon spoke briefly about this. We had some students travel to Annapolis and get to experience the legislative process.
Last month, myself and one other person from my school got to go to the Maryland Association of Student Councils in Ocean City, where we listened to speakers and learned a lot about leadership and had a lot of fun along the way.
Southern also helped to support our after prom, so we donated to after prom and also helped promote ticket sales at our school, and I think it was a very well attended and successful event. Enjoyed.
Yes, I think I heard it was the most well attended after prom in a few years, with over 300 students attending.
And this isn't, we didn't have any pictures from this, but I also want to speak briefly about the student page program. So I had the opportunity to have sort of a 2-week internship in Annapolis this year, and I got to work with the Senate chamber and be present for all of the hearings for those 2 weeks and committee hearings, and it was a great experience. I learned a lot. So that's an overview of what we did at Southern this year. Does anyone have any questions?
Do any of you have any questions? Thank you so very much.
I do have an interest in seniors. I know seniors.
Senior.
So what's your plans?
For college, I plan on going to Frostburg this fall and probably majoring in psychology. Still working on that though.
And I'm going to Washington College in Chestertown, Maryland to study international relations.
So continue with your leadership skills there. Yes. Thank you all very much.
And now we have Miss Lilia Rose, and I will support her by staying up here with her. From Southern Middle.
Good afternoon. My name is Lilia Rose, and I'm the only person that's able to be here from Southern Middle today. I don't have a presentation, but I'd like to tell you about some of our activities from the year. So this year we started off with Red Ribbon Week, where we promoted how awful drug use is, and each morning on the morning announcements we would do a little presentation, and we give the long-term use and the short-term use of different drugs that are used that aren't very good. So we were able to raise over $200 during Red Ribbon Week with doing a Spirit Week, like alongside that. So we had a pajama day and some other days where we charged $1 you could wear a hat for $1, and we did pajamas for $1. And that $200 we raised, it went to our Youth in Action team. Our Youth in Action team is a team that also focuses on drug use and alcohol abuse in Garrett County, and they talk about it towards the school. After that, during winter, we had a hats and glove drive for heating the heads and hands of kids in Garrett County, where I'm not sure the amount of hats and gloves we got, but it was very successful. This year, we were able to get a mascot for our school, and that was a big highlight of our year. We named him Rambo the Ram, which our students voted on that. And we did pennies for patients, which I believe we raised $600 and a little more than that for kids with leukemia, which is great for our school. Then this year, a lot of our kids were able to participate with the Maryland Association of Student Council as well as Garrett Association of Student Council, and we were able to go on the trips to Gaithersburg and the Advocacy Day, and even a few went to Ocean City, which was an amazing experience for them, which they were able to bring back to our student council, where we learned some new stuff that we can use for next year. During Christmas, we did candygrams, where we sold them 25 cents for the students. It was candy canes, and you could write notes to your friends, and the money was used for our student council, like for our personal account, and I believe we're gonna get t-shirts maybe, which I'm excited for that. We're planning for the upcoming end of the year. Today we had one of our last meetings, so I guess we have 2 more, and we're planning to do a Spirit Week for the last week of school, which we're gonna promote summer fun and staying safe over the summer, but that's what we're working on right now. I'd like to say thank you to you guys, and just student council has been awesome for a lot of kids in our school.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Anybody have any questions?
Do you plan to continue with student council?
Yes, next year I'll be in the high school, I'll be a 9th grader.
Excellent.
So I'm hoping to be in student council some more.
Good. Good. We're hoping to see you back here next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think it's wonderful to see all the enthusiasm with all these students and tell us about all the experiences they've had.
It's really great.
And last, Northern High School? Just like a bird?
Just me.
You don't need my support, but which one do you want? This one? I'll take this one.
Hi, I'm Abby Burdock. I'm the Vice President of Northern Student Council, and I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what we did today. Okay, so we started off in October with a blood drive. It's Halloween themed, and we fill our schedule, and the Red Cross is very thankful for that. And we do 2 of those each year. We do one for St. Patrick's Day and one for Halloween. And then, so we raise lots of blood. Sorry, I'm not prepared for this. And then in December, we have our silent auction, which raises lots of money for the community, which you actually donated a basket for that and attended. And we raised money for Dove Center and the Heart for Animals. And then in January, we went to the Heart for Animals and toured their facility. And we had volunteers, and lots of students signed up to volunteer after school for that. And then the Dove Center, we raised over $700 and made baskets for the Dove Center in February for Valentine's Day for the women and the children at the Dove Center. And we sent them there. And then we had our school dance in March. It was Sadie Hawkins themed. We had 100 students attend, and all of that money went to our Relay for Life team, which the student council chairs. We raised $48,000 this year, which is a record.
And that's year 4. We started that.
And our team raised $1,300 this year.
And they had 240 participants or more and 14 teams.
Yeah, we raised $13,000 more than we did last year.
Very nice. I was able to attend and it's very nice.
It's a beautiful ceremony.
Yes, it is. So thank you for helping with that. Questions, comments? Do you have any questions of us? Okay.
I guess they're just
You did a great job.
And in closing, I would just like to again thank all of you, but I would like to particularly thank Mr. Ryan Wool from Southern High, Miss Angela Berger from Northern High, Miss Luann Watson from Southern Middle, and Miss Lori Burdock from Northern Middle. And if you look at the caliber, I mean, there's 2 Teachers of the Year there, the caliber of the people who are working with these students, volunteering completely for all of these things that are going on. And I think it's incredible. I think it provides opportunities for many students and service to the community, service to the school, and activities for the school. So I believe it's very important. I have a strong background in student government. I believe.
Sure.
I think that the advisors would agree that when Ms. Harmon came into central office and she took sort of the oversight view of developing student leadership, really now beginning to cultivate that student leadership and those opportunities in the elementary school all the way through, that the experiences we've been able to provide over the last, you've been with me here at central office 3 years, have increased dramatically. And I think that as a result of that, the level of interest and participation and the enthusiasm that is occurring at all levels in conjunction with your good relationship with the advisors is a testimony to what we've seen here today. So thank you for the role that you've played in that, Michelle.
You're welcome. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Miss Dana Mason, who has helped chaperone, who attends meetings, and who has really encouraged her 2 children to become highly involved at all levels. So thank you all. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Next on our agenda is the recognitions. And first we will have the Southern Garrett High School Lady Rams basketball team. Monica Rinker will be introducing them. Yeah, I think they're going to change. Come on in and have a seat. I see some tall girls coming. That must be them. Come on in, guys. Come on. Take a seat. We're going to say a couple of things here, and then we're going to have you come up for also to get a picture. So if you can't find a seat, just come on in and try to find a spot.
How are you, dear?
The Southern Rams girls basketball team won the Maryland 1A West Region Championship after beating Pocomoke 65-54 at Hagerstown Community College. Prior to this championship, the team had a 13-0 season. The team has celebrated 4 straight years of Maryland 1A West Region and Section titles, 4 Appalachian Mountain Athletic Conference championships, 3 berths in the Maryland 1A state finals, and 1 state title. I'd like to congratulate you all. I have a certificate of recognition. First one is to Brianna Evans. Lauren Francine. Kayla Harris. Nicole Heisel.
Roth. Sam Swift. Hannah Wilt. Branda Uber. Cameron Weimer. Bethany Evans. Kira DeSimone. Claire Grove. We also have a certificate of recognition to our coaches. Danny Bosley. Mel Evans. We have one from Mike Weimer. And we have one for Bill Weisgerber.
Did you have any comments you'd like to make? Just want you guys to know how very proud we are of you, and you're amazing every year. And so thank you. And yes.
We also had 2 girls placed on the all-state team as well, Lauren and Cam.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming, taking your time to come by and allow us to tell you how great we think you are and how much we appreciate all of your hard work. I know it's very hard being in the AP classes and being seniors and other grades too, but being able to do a sport and do it so well. Thank you. Yeah, everybody on the
I forgot Rachel Reeves. Sorry.
Sorry, Rachel. We'll get you a certificate.
You guys can slide. That's okay. The newspaper had her Taylor.
Couple in front.
Oh,
You see that?
You didn't want to make that mistake.
Oh, yeah.
Rachel and Taylor.
Is this in your
Yes.
last?
You're good. That's good. You guys are more important.
I'm gonna take 2 pictures. Thank you.
Okay. Like I said, the paper said you're not proud of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Next we have the wrestling state champion. Tom Carl will be presenting.
Okay, I'll just explain to everybody here. The MPSSAA wrestling tournament was held at the Showplace Arena in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, on March 4th and 5th, 2016. Garrett County had 5 wrestlers from Southern High and 3 wrestlers from Northern High who participated in this state tournament. This evening, we will recognize Devin Hammer, Junior at Southern High. He's a senior now. That's sorry.
We'll take it for now.
Yeah. Okay, for being named 2A/1A state champion in the 138-pound weight class. This is the 2nd year in a row that Mr. Hendrick was named a state champion wrestler in his weight class.
Really?
Yeah, we have a certificate for Mr. Taylor as well.
I usually have my announcer do my announcing for me, who's my baby sister right here. But today I'll give you a little recap on Devin's career and his season at Southern High School. This season he was 48-0, which was the best record ever recorded by a Southern High School wrestler. Now, we've had some good wrestlers through the years, and that tops them all. So congratulations on that. His mark of 162 career wins ranks him in the top 10 all time for wins by a public school wrestler in the state of Maryland. And he was a 3-time bi-county champion, a 2-time regional champion, a 3-time state finalist, and a 2-time Maryland state champion. He was our team leader. He was a team motivator. He was ambitious and hardworking, and still is, and a go-getter, and he sets his sights on the top, and he gets there. On a personal note, I'd like to wish you good luck at regional track meet tomorrow as he chases another state championship, this time in a different sport. Good luck at that, and congratulations.
You want to share where you're heading?
I'm not completely sure yet, but I'll most likely end up at a Wheeling Jesuit University, and I'll be a track sport athlete, run cross country, wrestle, and run track, and study criminal justice.
Fantastic.
Any other questions for the man?
Ready to go. Yes, sir. Pick it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
And next is the Congressional Art Contest winner, Morgan Weingartner. Is Morgan here? Can someone get Morgan here? Hello, hello. Come in and join us.
The Office of Congressman John Delaney recently recognized Maryland's 6th Congressional District High School art students through participation in a nationwide contest. A drawing from Southern Garrett High School junior Morgan Weingartner was selected for entry while on display at the annual Garrett County Students Arts Fair. Her work was titled, Still Lake with Cans, won first place in the drawing category for District 6. While Miss Weingartner was not the overall winner, Congressman Delaney and members of his staff were so impressed with the quality of the drawing and the level of her talent that they requested her work to hang in their district office located in Gaithersburg for the upcoming year. We'd like to present to you the recognition. Thank you.
Anyone have any comments?
Melissa Pyle is her teacher. I'm not. I don't believe in taking, as much as I'd like to take credit for Melissa Pyle deserves all the credit.
How about her mother?
Yes, yes. Would you like to introduce your mom?
That's my mother, Heather.
Thanks,
Good job,
Mom.
Heather.
I was fortunate enough to see your artwork at the art fair, and I walked by and I thought, oh my, what is that? So I went back and it was absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
Such a nice
It was
job.
real life, like actually a picture was taken.
Right,
Thank you
right.
to see it us.
So do you have any comments or?
Just thank you for allowing me to be here.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you for coming. We're very proud of you. Do you want to, yes. Okay.
Not really.
We'll take one more. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Thank you.
Next, we have the Silver Hammer Award, Southern Garrett High School. So Mr. Magruder and Mr. Magruder, come on in, Mr. Magruder. Yesterday, several of us were fortunate enough to be at Southern High School. Come on up, Mr. Magruder. Sorry. For the presentation of the Silver Hammer Award. So, let's see, through Comptroller Peter Francho's visits to public schools across our state, he has seen many examples where effective maintenance, including simple and affordable investments like a fresh coat of paint, new carpeting, or a good power washing, have made a world of difference. In addition to providing communities with a renewed sense of pride in their schools, research has confirmed the obvious and positive impact that clean, attractive, and comfortable facilities have on student performance. Established in 2010 to recognize schools for money-saving initiatives and superior maintenance, the award is presented in each of Maryland's 23 counties and Baltimore City. It is our pleasure to announce that Southern Garrett High School custodial staff and the Garrett County Public Schools Maintenance Department are the recipients of the 2016 Silver Hammer Award. And Mr. Magruder is here with us today representing the Southern High School custodial staff. And he was also there yesterday to get the big award, right?
Yes.
Yes. Do you have anything you'd like to say? Yesterday, I think, well, he had maybe 5 words.
I think I had a few words.
He did. So we'll let you buy with that. But as you know, any of you that have been to Southern High School or
Beautiful.
yes, it is excellent.
Always looks
And
very good.
imagine, I always think of is imagine cleaning a house with that many kids in it, you know? So, and also the maintenance group, our whole county maintenance group, I think when we go any of our schools, make us very proud. So thank you again for this nice
Thank you.
honor that we get to enjoy with you. And you already turned down the comments, right?
Yeah.
And we also have recognition of the maintenance department also. So you can have both of these, and we appreciate that. You got lots of stuff, man. If you want to, is it like too much?
No, you're good. Right here.
Yes, yeah. I'm a short one, so maybe, do you want to, maybe I could do this. What do you think?
I want you to move the Maryland flag down a little bit.
The
Move the
flag?
Maryland flag down a little bit.
Do I have a point coming out of my head?
It just, yeah.
There we go. Tell us.
All right. Take it home. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is the National School Nurse Day proclamation. That was May 11th, 2016. And presenting that is Cindy Downton.
Okay, I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas children are the future, and by investing in them today, we are ensuring our world for tomorrow. Whereas all students have the right to have their health needs met safely while in the school setting. Whereas children today face more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school. And whereas school nurses have served a critical role in improving public health and in ensuring students' academic success for more than 100 years. And whereas school nurses are professional nurses that advance the well-being, academic success, and lifelong achievements of all students by serving on the frontiers and providing a critical safety net for our nation's most fragile children. And whereas school nurses act as a liaison to the school community, parents, and healthcare providers on behalf of the children's health by promoting wellness and improving health outcomes for our nation's children. And whereas school nurses support the health and educational success of children and youth by providing access to care when children's cognitive development is at its peak. And whereas school nurses are members of school-based mental health teams, and whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning, are in a position to make a positive difference for children every day. Therefore, be it now, the Garrett County Board of Education proclaims May 11th, 2016 as School Nurse Day and celebrates its observance in Garrett County. And tonight we have Debbie Aiken, one of our first school nurses. Becky and I years ago went to Route 40 school, remember?
Yeah.
And we did a day of Ask the Nurse.
Yeah.
And we got some really interesting questions. But these people, I don't know what kids did before we had full-time school nurses. I mean, they're lined up outside the door Monday morning before you get there. So, here you go.
On behalf of all the school nurses, the professionals at our schools, we have some great school nurses.
You do. You do.
Thank you.
Dr. Love, you have a motion?
He's an honorary school nurse.
One more.
Jackie, if I may, Jackie.
Thank you, Phil, for
If I
your
may,
support.
I want to say to you that you are indeed the consummate professional when it comes to building the relationship, the necessary relationship between the health department here and those folks that we reach out to and our staff on behalf of kids. I know that Phil sings your praises all the time, and when we get those things that I forward you frequently from MSDE, you're always right on them and sometimes really ahead of the curve. So the children of Garrett County are blessed to have you as the nurse coordinator in the role that you have. And you know as well as I that sometimes for many of our kids, the health professional in the school building is the only health professional that they see. So my hat's off to you. You do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next is the Garrett County Teacher of the Year, Lori Burdock, and Mrs. Fountain.
Okay. Lori Burdock, teacher at Northern Middle School, has been named the 2016-17 Garrett County Teacher of the Year. Lori teaches 6th grade science at Northern Middle School. She has been employed by Garrett County Public School since 1994, teaching 4th grade at Broadford Elementary for 6 years before coming to Northern Middle in 2000. For 12 years, she taught 7th grade language arts and math at Northern Middle School before her current position for the past 4 years. Lori graduated from Frostburg State University in 1993 with a Bachelor of Science in Early Childhood Elementary Education. Now here's a quote from Lori, but I'm going to ask Lori to read it rather than me tell you what she's saying when she's standing right here.
I don't even remember my quote.
You read it.
Okay, I'm glad I get to I love teaching. Science and engineering are extremely important to our country's future. The greatest contribution that I can make is the empowerment of my students. My goal is to foster a love of our earth, experimentation, and lifelong learning. 6th grade science is the perfect place to make that happen.
Thank you, that's so well done. Jessica is a Maryland Association of Student Council's advisor, first Lego League coach, and first robotics competitor mentor. She's a member of the Garrett Reading Council and Maryland Reading Council. Lori was the Garrett County Teacher of the Year in 2011-2012. She has attended many MSDE and Garrett County academics and summits, environmental literacy, math common core standards, STEM, disciplinary literacy, school achievement and math programs of studies. Lori is the 2015 winner of the MAC grant and 2014-15 winner of a Consol Energy grant. Lori stated.
Chuckle like this when I saw Chuck walk in. STEM education is my mission. There's nothing I enjoy more than to see students apply their science knowledge thoughtfully and in the correct context. Hands-on and relevant activities are the best ways to teach and engage our students. I'm thrilled when my students think outside the box and improvise. There's nothing that I like more than seeing my kids integrate what they've learned in an innovative way.
Okay, thank you very much, Lori. So please accept this proclamation for an outstanding accomplishment as our Teacher of the Year, and have a great year.
I'm excited. Well, I'm very honored, very honored. And my robotics people are coming in next, so.
That's what you're gonna thank.
You're
gonna thank your husband. The robotics team.
They're all out there.
Thank you so much. Lori, if I may. First, I'd like to thank Barb for her steadfast coordination of Teacher of the Year program over the last several years. And Lori, I've been in your classroom and I have seen that, the great rapport that you have with your kids and the excitement that you create in what you do. And I really am happy to see that you're standing, particularly after you nominated Chuck for the most beautiful person of the year. I wasn't sure that you were going to be able to survive
I did for a long time afterwards.
It's not over with yet.
Also well deserved.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. But I am very happy that you have at least lived this long.
I made it seem better. He needs me a little bit, so. Thank you.
Thank
you.
And I have the next one, the Teacher Appreciation Week proclamation. Now, we know that we missed it just a little bit. It was May 2nd through the 6th. But we want to go ahead and read the proclamation today and hopefully get a picture of, we have lots of teachers here, so this is your chance. Whereas teachers mold future citizens through guidance and education, and whereas teachers encounter students of widely differing backgrounds, and whereas our county's future depends upon providing quality education to all students, and whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, counseling, and coaching students, and performing community service. And whereas our community recognizes and supports its teachers in educating the children of this community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Superintendent of Schools and the Garrett County Board of Education proclaims May 2nd through 6th, 2016 to be Teacher Appreciation Week. And be it further resolved that the Garrett County Board of Education strongly encourages all members of our community to join with it in personally expressing appreciation to our teachers for their dedication and devotion to their work. And it's signed by the board members. And we would like to, who do we usually give this to, and what happens to this?
Lynn Elman or maybe.
Lynn,
yeah.
Yes, okay, we will be giving this to Lynn. Would you guys like to have a picture? Come on up.
Mr.
Come
Berta.
on. Is there anybody out
Come
there?
on.
Any of the students that appreciate the teachers should get in it too. Any of the students that appreciate the teachers.
You better appreciate your teachers.
You can open it up, Ryan. Is there anybody else in the hall that got any more teachers? Come on.
Let's go.
Uh-oh, watch the rug that's keeping you from tripping over the cord. Let's see, can we stagger people or what do you think? So
I'll be in the back.
No, you gotta be in the front. Is there?
That will work right there.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is the first FRC team 1629. If they could come in now. Cindy.
Who's that? Tom's doing that, right? You're doing it?
Welcome, everyone.
This is getting to be a habit I enjoy. This team comes back every year, it's victorious.
We have lots of seats. Come on in, guys. You can leave that door open.
Well, we'll give out certificates and then we'll take pictures. Okay, this is the first robotics competition, FRC Team 1629. The Garrett Coalition, or GACO, competed in the FRC Championships held in St. Louis, April 27th to the 30th, 2016. GACO placed 52nd in the Archimedes division, along with receiving the Team Spirit Award, sponsored by the FCA Foundation for their division group. A total of 600 FRC teams competed at the event among 8 divisions, including teams from the US, Canada, Israel, Australia, Mexico, Turkey, China, Brazil, and the Czech Republic. GACO double qualified to compete at the 2016 FRC Championship by being the 12th ranked team from the 132 teams in the Chesapeake District and being the recipient of the Engineering Inspiration Award at the Chesapeake District Championship in early April among the 58 teams competing. During the 2016 season, GACO received the Engineering Inspiration Award and were finalists in its first district qualification event at Haymarket, Virginia, and received a District Chairman's Award, another biggie, and were on the winning alliance at their second qualification event in Annapolis. Since returning from the championship event in St. Louis, Team 1629, GACO has been involved with several activities, including the 2016 FSU STEM Fest on May 7th, participation in Garrett College's Power of Possibilities Entrepreneurship Summit, in which they competed. Last year, the team received the first place prize for the high school division, as well as receiving the grand prize among all business plans submitted by both the high school and post-college competitors. They have hosted a session for the Maryland Teachers of the Year during their annual retreat to Garrett County, which included a demonstration of their robot used for this year's competition, as well as having them participate in their 3rd grade Lego top spinner STEM lesson, in which every teacher of the year got to keep the top spinner they made. I'd also like to add that the robot's name is Meshach. Gotta give him credit. Hosting a session for a visit from the MSDE at Gears on May 16th. They traveled to Carroll County, Maryland to share their top spinners with last year's Carroll County Teacher of the Year's 3rd grade class, along with the other 2 3rd grade classrooms at Carrolltown Elementary School. Evening family STEM nights at Broadford and Route 40 elementary schools. Robot demonstrations and team participation at the Northern High Relay for Life and Garrett County Relay for Life at the CARC on June 10th. When do you guys get time to study?
That's the thing we don't.
Conducting their STEM waypoint lessons in all 3rd and 4th grade classrooms in Garrett County, along with participation in the 6th grade Innovative Research IR6 project at Southern and Northern Middle Schools. These guys are phenomenal. Okay, I'd like to present the certificates, and then we can all get together for a picture. First one, Noah. You can. Noah. Dawson's not here. Okay, Ian Ramonde. Bailey Brewer. Abby Burdock. Great job, great job. Brody Collins. Lauren Dorado. McKenna, I believe, is not here. That's Leopard. Larry Friend.
The tall kid.
Got the wrong pile, but he's in the right place. Justin Herford. Okay, Josh Heimbaugh. Thank you. Okay, Matthew Nuff. He's not here. No. Okay, Patrick Lee. Okay, Victoria Miskey. Bethany Phillips. Okay, Elliot's not here. Josh Smith. He's also not here. Sarah Smith. Jessica Stork. Mary Tran. Okay. They're mixed up here. I'm missing Alex Miller. Yeah, Miss Alex Miller.
And Bethany.
Dustin doesn't
Who was that? Oh, Bethany.
Bethany.
That's right. You're on here. We will get to you. Bethany, congratulations. Okay. Now we get to the big kids who were insulted that they weren't acknowledged with the younger ones. Starting with Lori Burdock again. Okay, Larry Rex, I believe is not here. Zach is not here. Jeff Miller. There he is. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Troutwine. Now the lady who's the house mother, den mother, keeps us all in line. Pam, thanks. Have we missed anybody for the record so we can get your name and get a award to anybody else? Well, then let's get together. Everybody. Obviously, those of you who are a little shorter.
Okay, we do this all the time, kids, you know? I'll take one and yeah, I'll take one.
Jeff. My guys. Joshua, where are you going? Just grab it.
Yeah.
Just grab one. Anthony here.
Turn the camera to the door and intimidate them until they come over and join us. Can we see you? Always helps. Yeah.
Is that? I'm gonna walk in front of you just 1 second.
You can stay.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Take another one?
I think we have one more. Your stomach's.
Wait, hold on a second. The seniors identify yourselves?
We have two here.
Seniors step forward. Just, what are your plans if you know them? If not, that's fine. You don't need to share, but what are your plans?
I'm going to be attending Penn State this fall, studying chemical engineering.
I'm going to be attending Worcester Polytechnic Institute in Massachusetts, and I'm going to be studying biomedical engineering.
And if I might say, Larry, Josh, in particular Chuck and Pam, and all of the other coaches, Lori, thank you for all that you have done because you inspire kids along the way. And for those of you who are standing behind the seniors, you guys as seniors, I know I've seen you, our job as leaders is to turn around and hold the person behind us up, right? And so you guys have a lot to aspire to here. So in terms of the direction that they're taking, and I know with the leadership and all the volunteers and the help that absolutely no doubt you're headed in a great direction. So thank you very much.
And if I may, I'm just 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I start the clock. Okay, let's go.
Okay, I do just want to thank the board for the recognition and thank you for all of your support. And along with the teachers and parents and mentors, it's a great bunch of people to work with. And thank you for making the vision of the Garrett Coalition possible in Garrett County. So thank you very, very much. Parents, thank you. I do want to give you something. This is hot off the press. This is a little brochure that explains what our vision is and the methods that we use to get to our vision and some of the impact that we've had in Garrett County and about. So thank you very much.
And
the support of the administration.
Thank you very much for all of your hard work. Thank you, parents, for coming, groupies, all of you.
Thank you.
Chuck Troutwine forgot his award. Imagine that.
Imagine that. That's why I have all the others.
Thank you, Pam.
Yes.
Okay, next we will be doing policies and procedures. And our first policy that we will be looking at is EEBDA, reimbursement for physicals in-service procedures. And, oh, okay, good.
Oh, that's right. They have a son graduating.
Okay.
Oh, no, a daughter graduating in nursing. That's right.
Okay.
Yep, so, thank you. Also, what I have to bring this evening, again, I'm pitch hitting for Rich, and so what you have before you is a procedure, and let me just explain what the current process has been and why we need to go this direction. Okay, so the current practice has been for our bus contractors to basically pay 150% of 6 hours for the driver, and also basically the 50% representing a substitute for them to have their physicals and in service. Okay. What what we found, or what Rich found, was in some cases for some routes and contractors, the substitutes weren't necessarily required. Therefore, these were additional costs that the board was bearing. Okay. So what this revised policy does is to take that into account and it adjusts the contractor's pay to 100% as opposed to 150. And then the board would pick out the actual cost for the number of substitute drivers that are needed. Okay. So there will be no additional cost to the contractor or substitute driver. This change, just so you're aware as well, this change has been discussed with the Bus Contractor Association, and it's my understanding they are also in favor of this change. So what this will actually do, it's going to save the board approximately $5,200 each year in cost for physicals that may or may not be necessary. So that's, and I think this is the first reading of this particular procedure. So just would ask that you consider that. Any questions?
This was last revised in '87.
And the procedures are not voted on.
That's correct.
So
Okay,
this
so
is
this
just
is
making
just,
the board aware.
oh, just making, okay, yeah. So does it come back or no?
87, oh my gosh.
No,
I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is the receipt of bids. Northern Garrett High School Stadium lights and Dennett Road Maintenance Facility. Mr. Swift.
Larry, I'm sharing a pen tonight. So budgets were really tight. Thank you. This evening for your consideration, we have 3 bids. Accordingly, any work that we do at our facilities over $25,000 does require us to go out to bid and then present that to the board for approval to move forward with the project. We've had a number of bids that we've put out so far this year, and we have 3 tonight. The first one is the Northern High School Stadium Lights upgrade. If you recall, we had a failure of the wiring in our lights at Northern last fall, and we made a temporary fix, but we were able to get an estimate to replace all the wiring and the electrical connects and the boxes to the wiring to the lights at Northern Stadium. We're using aging school program funds, which have been approved. Total project of $71,696 was approved. It was put out as a competitive bid 2 weeks in the newspaper. It's been on our website. We had a pre-bid meeting on April the 5th with, I think it was 4 contractors that came. We opened the bids on April 14th. 3 bids were received. The low bid was Bico Enterprises out of Grantsville, of $40,133, so significantly below what our aging school budget is. Construction will start as soon as school is out in June, and we anticipate to be completed before school starts in the fall. So that's for your consideration, approval. The next is the Dennett Road Maintenance Building renovation project. We've actually broken this down into 3 phases for the project. These are all locally funded projects that were approved last summer. Again, we put this out to bid in the newspaper on our website. We had a pre-bid meeting. We received 2 qualified bids on April 15th. The low bid was AEI Builders out of Oakland for $56,485 for phase 1. That is putting in the overhead doors and all. Construction start date is in May. They've already started some of the work, and they'll be completed by June 30th. That's phase 1. Phase 2 was bid out at the same time for 2 weeks on our website. Pre-bid meeting May 4th. The bid opening was May 12th. We received 2 bids. Again, AEI Builders was the low bid at $110,000. This phase is to do the flooring. The floor is not thick enough to support the weight that could be in that if we park a truck in there, a loaded truck. So we've had to take up the floor and put down 8 inches of concrete. We also have to put drains in there so that in the wintertime, as as the snow and ice melts off, we have to have an oil and water separator and drains put in. So that's why that's $110,000 for your consideration there. And the idea is to have that completed by June 30th as well. So those are the 3 bids for your consideration. Any questions?
I just have one question. We said phase 2 was the floor, which is like concrete floor and drains, correct? The other one, was it phase 1 or phase 3? The other one for Dent Road Maintenance Building.
There's 3 phases.
Okay.
There's phase 1 and phase 2.
Right.
Phase 3 was to install the mezzanine,
Okay.
2-story. We have not awarded that because it's actually put us over budget for the project, which is something that we're considering on delaying that project until we can find either a less cost effective method. We're not doing it all. So we just knew that we couldn't go over budget on phase 3. And that was our lowest priority. That's why we put these in priority order as well.
All right. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, next is Educational Facilities Master Plan. Mr. Swift.
Okay, as you all have received, the Educational Facilities Master Plan was updated every year, and I'll just read you the description for the record here. The public school construction program requires each LEA to annually submit to the Maryland Department of Planning 4 copies of their new or amended school systems educational facilities master plan. This plan is the basis for the capital improvement plan, and the analysis and conclusions in the educational facilities master plan must substantiate each public school CIP project. The plan should inform the community as well as the Board of Education and county officials of the long-term needs and plans, and serves as a common reference for all entities involved in educational planning and facility needs. The Educational Facilities Master Plan should demonstrate a strong linkage between the county comprehensive plan, projected student enrollments, current and future educational needs, and the relation to the facility needs, an evaluation of the current facility conditions, and an assessment of the future needs for the next 5 to 10 years, as well as a strategy for meeting those needs. And the deadline for this submission to the Maryland Department of Planning is July 1st. So we're submitting you our 2016 Educational Facilities Master Plan for your consideration and approval, so we can submit this to Maryland Department of Planning by July 1. Any questions on the plan itself?
Well, I just had one going through it. It seemed like the biggest problem was at Crellin with the ceiling. Anything, any plans to address that?
Friendsville. Too.
Yeah, Friendsville had ceilings.
Well, we identify issues that we find in all the schools, and we look for the funding to go ahead and do that. Friendsville, I know, is a bigger project than what Crellin is.
Yeah.
So it's not a situation where there's a threat of the ceiling collapsing or anything. They're old. The ceiling tiles are getting broken off or stained or whatever, and they do need to be replaced. So we put that in our maintenance plan. So we'll be looking at each one of the items that you see listed in this plan is an item that we'll look for the next year in upgrading and improving.
I'm sorry, I couldn't read ceiling here that I'd written myself. It is Friendsville.
Oh, okay. Friendsville has an odd ceiling. I mean, it's not a regular drop ceiling. It's angled, and we've been replacing it over the years, piece by piece.
I just want to say there's a lot of information in here, and I know it took a lot of time for you and the maintenance men to compile all. So I think that's wonderful.
and looking at the rating of the scores you had to do on the condition of schools. Okay.
Thank you.
So do we okay that? Do we have to, do you have to have a motion to?
A motion to accept the plan?
Yeah.
So that, and there's a page that I'll need you to sign, before we submit this to Maryland Department of Planning. It's,
In
yes,
June.
right,
You want that
in
to
June.
spring? Okay.
Right.
Okay, good. Okay, no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Stokes. Okay, next is our math textbook recommendation. Okay, Mrs. Baker?
Yes, thank you, Board President and board members. I would like to present our plan and the sort of the history of the adoption of the math series that we're recommending tonight for consideration. With me are three teachers here: Carrie France from Friendsville, Miranda Gallagher from Southern Middle School, Arlene Lance from Swan Meadow School, and we also have Ryan Wolf from Southern High School. You ladies go right ahead and stand. I also have Jane Wilderson is with us as well. Paul Edwards could not be here this evening. He had the state social studies briefing today, and he told me the last item on the agenda was the discussion of a middle school assessment, so he didn't want to miss that. So he makes his apologies this evening. Also, she was right there. Mrs. Uphold is here as well to support her teacher, and also if you have any input into the selection, we'd love to hear from you as well. So I'm going to kind of outline the process of how we have made our selection. Our selection is a Pearson product. It is Envision 2.0. It is K-12, what we will be purchasing. Here's how we came to this decision. Back in November, so we started long ago, on one of our half days, we met with the Math Textbook Selection Committee, and we researched programs, products that would align to these standards. And on that day, which was November 12th, we chose 4 vendors, 4 at the elementary level and 4 at middle and high school. 3 of them were common vendors, which was we thought was very good. Then the teachers were provided the materials and a rubric to review them. The selection committee members went back to their schools, worked with their teachers on the materials, had plenty of time to review them. Then on February 25th, which was another half day, we had the vendors come in. And the vendors each had a 90-minute presentation all about their product. We were hoping to make the selection that day. In fact, I believe high school did. When I turn it over to Mr. Wolf, he'll tell us a little bit more about that. On that date, high school made their choice. Middle and elementary wanted to review a little bit more. We found out that middle school really wanted to see more of the Pearson product, the Envision 2.0. So we brought Pearson back at the request of the middle school teachers. We brought them back in April, and they gave a presentation from approximately 8:30 till 11:30 that morning. So they were able to really look at the product and what it was able to offer us. And then that afternoon, they debriefed and talked about how that selection compared with the others that were viewed on the 25th. At that time, they made the suggestion that perhaps elementary school teachers on the selection committee would also benefit from seeing Envision 2.0, especially to see the alignment K-12. So we did that. We were able to bring Pearson back again. They came back on May 12th and gave another 3-hour presentation to our elementary teachers. And at that meeting, we had Mrs. Lance. She represents all the way to 8th grade, and then Ms. Gallagher was there that day as well. Then that afternoon, the elementary folks talked about Envision in comparison to the other 3 products that they had previously reviewed. Again, looking at a rubric, scoring them, looking at the alignment of the resources to the standards. So that's the process. Dr. Wilson, did I miss anything in the in the process? Okay. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Miss France, and she's going to just talk a little bit about how this is going to look for kids, which is the most important part.
Okay. Out of all the companies we looked at, I felt like Envision was the best one for our students. I felt that it had the rigor that would prepare them for life and prepare them for college and their careers. The one thing I really like about Envision is it presents the mathematical information conceptually. So students are able to see how the process works and understand why we are doing math in that way.
Excuse me, we have a board member that's not here.
Okay.
And as soon as they got out of class, they were going to join us. So we're trying to put them on. I'm sorry for
That's fine.
interrupting.
You're doing just
Um,
fine.
Okay.
Envision.
Envision.
Matt, can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Okay, we're getting the math, the presentation on the math now. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
And Mr. Paul, we're hearing from a teacher at Friendsville, Miss Carrie France, and she's talking about our selection, which is Envision 2.0, and how the materials will help our kids. And so we're going to turn it back over to Miss France.
Okay. What I was saying is that I felt that Envision presented it conceptually, so students are understanding why they're doing the math and how they're going about math, instead of just memorizing the process of these are the steps to do long division, or these are the steps to multiply fractions. The one thing also that we hear a lot at our level, I'm sure you guys hear it in middle school and high school, is that parents just don't understand the Common Core and the way that math is presented these days. One feature that this had is in the workbooks, when you're looking at the pages on the top corners on some of the pages, there's a little icon with an eyeball. When they take their phones and slide it across it, a movie pops up on their phone and explains how to do the math and how each step of the problem is done so that they can help their child with their homework. There's also, it's not just books, they can also log in. Each student would have a login ID. They could watch movies online, they could play games online, they can get homework help online that will support them as they're going through their math years at Garrett County. They also, it's very visual. There's a lot of vocabulary cards, graphic organizers, and again, there's online movies. And there's a diagnostic assessment, which would help us with providing RTI to all of our students. My biggest thing is I really saw the rigor there. I saw that these students can learn, they can grasp the concepts. It's going to make them successful. The RTI and all the additional support with centers and stations are going to help get our kids where they need to go in life. I'll turn it over to Ellen.
And Miss Stoughton is looking at, I believe it's the first grade?
It's fourth grade.
Fourth grade. And we had
A lot of reading here.
well, I didn't even flip through it, so my apologies. But every grade has kits. We didn't bring everything this evening, but you're going to pass it around us.
And they'll get 2 of those workbooks
Fourth grade.
for 1 year. There will be 2 different workbooks for the year.
So this is really 2 of those.
Volume 1. That's what threw me. Volume 1. That's what threw me. Okay, thank you. Anything else that you wanted to share?
I think that's it.
Okay, so then we'll hear from Mrs. Lance.
Several things I'm really excited about. First of all, is the seamless transition going with one curriculum for K to 12. I don't know when we've had that before, if we've ever had that before. So I'm real excited about that. And the other thing I'm excited about is the STEM connection. You guys know me and my STEM. But yeah, kids love that type of thing. Last night, for example, I was working to get some lesson plans wrapped up for today for living history, and I was glancing through the teacher master, and here they had a sheet in 6th grade on cicadas. Well, grade 5 cicadas are coming out here in a couple weeks. So, you know, just things like that, real life STEM research, and it related and tied the math in, tied the science in. So I'm real excited about that. Every topic starts off with a math science connection and follows through the kids' work and do research and things, every topic. And at all the grade levels I looked at, they were all very grade level, you know, specific and I thought appropriate. So I'm real excited about those components. And like I said, then the transition for the 5th grade, I really feel this series will get the kids ready to 5th grade to move on to the middle school. The vocabulary, the games online are wonderful. I've always struggled with math vocabulary, trying to get the kids to really grasp it and understand and not just memorize a word. And there's some really fun games online that my kids were playing the other day. Of course, I just give the kids the games, they figure them out and teach me how to play them. But anyway, they have some great vocabulary games and gives them a definition and words that are similar. You know, so they really have to think about and explain why they think this word's better than this vocabulary word. So a lot of exciting components.
Thank you.
One of the things for middle school that was very appealing to me was the fact that when you do a warm up, the data is the same per day. So like the kids would get a chart, and day one is just getting them familiar with the chart. By the end of day 5, they're writing their reasoning. And that's one thing that we see on the Common Core a lot when we get our data back, is the kids they're not practicing their reasoning skills enough, and they're not writing enough. And so by day 5, they have to write it. So that was one thing that we at the middle school really enjoyed. Another thing was the common benchmarks. So the benchmarks are already there. The IT department can talk with PowerSchool, and they can upload our data right then and there. So like at Northern Middle and at Southern Middle, we would be able to compare our data because it's the same benchmarks that Pearson would have for everybody. Another thing is the IT department could also export the data at the end of the year and then upload it at the beginning of the year. So those kids coming from 5th grade to 6th grade, we would already know what they're struggling with, what RTI that we need to put them in at the middle school during a RANS period. And so too, we have access to all the curriculum. So just because a kid might be coming to 6th grade and might be struggling with 4th grade curriculum, we have access to that at the middle school. So since they're going with K through 12 curriculum, we have access to K through 12. So my 8th graders, when they take algebra, if they get algebra and they're done, I can move them on to algebra 2. So we're not holding these kids back. We can keep furthering them in their education. So that was one thing that I really liked. I'm gonna hand it off to you now, Ryan.
The problem with going last is that stolen my thunder. I will say that when we got together to review these texts, the high school teachers, it was unanimous in the decision that this was the way to go. We made lists of what we wanted to see. There were teachers that wanted to see a lot of online resources and technical resources to use with the students. There were other teachers that still like to have that textbook, so you have plenty of examples to use right from the text. And really, this system covers everything. I did want to point out that it's a big deal that this is aligned with the Common Core and the college and career readiness standards that we're looking for. That will be a nice transition from what we had, where you had to pick and choose and pull from here and there. So that's going to be a lot easier, not only for the teachers, but for the students to follow also. One thing that I think is really exciting, one of the integrated technology items, there's a series with Dan Meyer. Dan Meyer's got some great videos that are really engaging for students that, the students want to know, when am I going to use this? The Dan Meyer videos really bring that in and do a great job of explaining this is when you use this. That's one of the things I was excited about. And then Miranda hit on the whole idea of having the prescriptive tests that will allow us to do our response to intervention and move the students along even from class to class to class, but we get to track the strong points and the weak points of each student, and I think that's what we need to be doing.
And Ron, on those videos, what I was excited about, there's some wonderful videos out there, but a lot of times I don't use them because you never know what ad's going to pop up. But these are all teacher vetted, and all the ads are removed. So it's safe to use anything, and they also work with Guru Search. So there's thousands of resources right there to click of a button for us.
The other point I wanted to bring up, if standards change or if they make adjustments to this curriculum, on the online website where teachers log in, their flag pops up to show that they changed the lesson. And then next year when let the new consumables come to our school, it reflects that. So if something changes with standards, we're getting the newest stuff right with us each year.
Ms. Upland, did you have anything to add about the process?
I think the process is excellent, and that everyone should be here to do it and give a good look at it, and they gave Pearson a second look at it. I just think the staff and these administrators appreciate that they had that opportunity to really get a good product.
And I will say, I know the high school was unanimous. I know that the elementary school was not unanimous. I think they're having several looks at it, though. I want to make sure that you feel that they had plenty of input into the selection, and I really think that they did
by having time to look at it, time to hear the vendors, time to really study it as
The middle
well.
school was unanimous as well.
No. Okay. And also, just one more thing, it's going to be put out for your review for a month, similarly to what we've just finished with the English as well. We did put all of it in the high schools, and here at the central office, we will do the same for this process. Principals put it in their newsletters. We had it on our website that there was time to review. I think we may have even put it in the newspaper with a press release. I know it was on the website. So it will be coming back next month for your approval after you all have plenty of time to look at it. And then finally, it's not an easy task to accomplish. And Mr. Edwards isn't here, but I'd like to publicly thank him. I'd like to publicly thank Dr. Wildison for her leadership as well, because it was quite an extensive process bringing people to this consensus. So thank you as well.
I do want to applaud the instructional staff and the principals. It was an inclusive process when we sat down to look at what we needed to do. I made the request of staff that we maximize the number of voices in the choice, because as we all know, dollars for resources are limited, and we have to make a really good decision because we're going to be using this for quite some time. And I want to point out that sometimes we forget that children travel vertically through the system. And so they move from pre-KK all the way through, and that intersect with the materials in a cohesive manner, particularly in the area of math and English language arts. Is extremely important that we don't shift materials on them, because the structure of the text and the resources that we choose, the format and the way in which it's displayed becomes routine and second nature to the teachers, and it creates a feeling of a comfort with the students as they move. Plus, it also gives respect for students that sometimes have to change schools. And so if they're in a resource over here, they're not having to immerse themselves in a completely different resource that sometimes it presents itself differently. So I applaud everyone's efforts in this. And, you have to also consider that small districts have to support the implementation, right? So it takes professional development. And so if you have 2 or 3 series, we just don't have the human resources or the capital resources to provide the professional development necessary. So this even streamlines that. So my hat's off to you. I commend you, Ryan. I remember the day that you pulled out the new textbook that somebody sent you to look at. Wasn't one we purchased. And you said, I want you to see this, Dr. Wilson. I'm using this book now. It's not aligned. Someone sent this out and said it's aligned, and you opened it up and showed me that it was the exact same content inside, just with the park standards stamped in it. So I truly know that the professionals here in Garrett County have made the right choice for the kids. And it also has a parent component for anybody that's been struggling with helping their children with math. It has a component that will definitely help coach parents, because it is a new way of doing math from a conceptual standpoint, not algorithmic like we all learned when we went through school. So I applaud you. Excellent job.
Just have a question. You said consumable materials. Does that mean that we don't make copies of these each time we work?
We do not make copies. If you remember, I think you asked a similar question when we were talking about English, which is also a Pearson product. The contract provides for the materials. And that, I think Ms. France alluded to the fact that if there are any updates, they are updated and they're part of the contract. And then I believe it was after 8 years, we can up the contract again for another year or another 3 years, if we're still satisfied with the product, or we could go through the process again. But Dr. Wilson's right. We don't really have the resources to review it that frequently. So I think we've made an excellent choice.
That saves time. It's not having to be.
It does.
And it's color, and it's exciting for the kids.
Yes, it's
Yes.
exciting. So I'll be back next month with for your approval.
And if you guys have questions on it, ask. If we can't answer, we'll find.
Oh, I thank you, Mrs. Baker, for going back and looking at the elementary again, and everyone having that opportunity. And I'm excited about it. And thank you all very much for your time. I know there was extra time put into this, and the board appreciates that. Thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you.
At this time, I would like to do public comment because it was scheduled at 5:30. We'll hold on the lease agreement and the recommendation. If I could have the sheet, please. Since we have several people here for comment, I'd like to go ahead with that. Okay. First, I would like to say that your comments are welcome during the time set aside for public comment. The Garrett County Board of Education is pleased to receive comments and ideas from our public pertaining to the policies, procedures, and/or practices of the school system. We ask that comments be limited to a maximum time of 3 minutes per individual unless otherwise considered by the board president. There will be no discussion or action taken at this meeting, but may be considered at a future meeting. Issues that are specific to individual employees should be referred to the immediate supervisor for appropriate consideration and review. Rude, slanderous, or threatening remarks or other behavior that is disruptive or interferes with the order of the meeting is not permitted. As I see, the topic is the same, the guidelines for, let's see how we have that. And for gender identity. And I do know, and I don't know if you folks are aware of it, but last week, once the information came down from the U.S. Department of Education and Justice, we did release a press release on our website. And at this time, before we begin, I would like to read that to you in case you didn't get to read the press release as far as where we're at on this situation now. It says, this morning, Garrett County, and this was May 13th. This morning, Garrett County Public Schools received the below email from the U.S. Department of Education and Justice directing all school systems receiving federal funds to provide transgender students with the right to use all facilities associated with their gender identification. Garrett County Public Schools learned of this federal guidance at the same time as the rest of the nation. Garrett County Public Schools recognizes that this is federal guidance based upon Title IX regulations pertaining to sexual discrimination. However, the system is waiting for further guidance on this directive from the Maryland State Department of Education. As a result of the federal guidance, the school system is starting to receive calls and emails from the community. We realize that there are strong feelings on both sides of this issue. Upon guidance from the Maryland State Department of Education, the school system will communicate to parents and employees any operational changes in our schools required by this directive. So just in case you didn't get the chance to see that on the website, I wanted to share that with you. And I believe the first person I have is Bill Skipper. Mr. Skipper.
Would you be able to comment back to me? Short question.
Probably not. If you have
Okay.
questions, we will take those and
Okay.
someone will get back to you on it.
All right. First of all, I stand opposed to the president's proposal and what is coming down, and I will be trying to direct people to contact the state level as well. And I asked you to oppose it also. By your statement, I see that you have not taken any, other than what your statement, you have not taken any directions towards this at all to implement it. Okay.
We're waiting for directions.
It has been, and I know how rumors can get started. It has been rumored that there are some unofficially and some schools being able to, that they're already implementing this unofficially. And that needs to be addressed. And then my last statement is basically this, is that I want you to schedule a meeting for this, specifically for this, that is published, so you can have, I found out about this about 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock this morning, and had to rearrange schedules and everything. So I think it needs to have a meeting scheduled specifically for this, to address this, what the public wants in this matter, okay?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Skipper. Next is Sandy Robinson.
First of all, just a question, and then I'll just read my comments. When you gave your announcement on May last week, this was in one of the resources, and this was signed by our Maryland State Superintendent in October of 2015. I'm wondering if this had been passed down to you all before the announcement came out in May. And I was wondering why this was not communicated to us as parents. I remember having a conversation with Dr. Lowry at a last meeting saying we needed to work on our communication with our parents. And here we are again with lack of communication. This gave me a lot of information about what's coming. And so again, I think that we need to really work on our communication to our parents. Maybe not just Facebook. Not all parents have Facebook. There needs to be a letter written to parents to notify them. And I think when something is passed by our state superintendent, it should be passed to parents of the school system. I'm just going to read this. I'm here today as an involved parent who desires to see our daughter and grandchildren have safe and secure and successful school careers. All citizens should oppose unjust discrimination. But what really is the definition of sexual discrimination? And who else is being discriminated when lines of moral values and respect are being crossed? Our fundamental First Amendment rights are being threatened. The guidelines passed down by the Maryland State Department of Education left me feeling discriminated against. Who in their right mind would allow men who perceive to be women enter my daughter's locker room to shower and change clothes, even if it is behind a shower curtain? Our family has taught our daughter how to identify male and female gender. If a biological boy enters her restroom or a locker room, she deems this embarrassing, absurd, inappropriate, and to say the least, fearful. According to these guidelines, it's not good enough for transgenders to use a private area to change and use the restroom. No, this is marked discrimination. However, is it not discrimination to my daughter because now she has to use a private restroom? We have taught our daughter how to respect others, but to also respect herself. And this makes me upset as a mother. Are we in good conscience going to accept the guidelines handed down by the Maryland State Department of Education that guides educators to eliminate saying boys line up? Instead, everybody, they'll say this, everybody wearing something green line up against the wall. Really? I thought we already had an identity crisis among youth. Are we going to add to the problem, or are we going to take a stand and be a solution? Even some radical LGBT activists are introducing curricula to students as young as 5. And in this guideline, it guides us to add classroom lessons to address gender. Schools are already ignoring reports of other children feeling violated, embarrassed, and traumatized by the presence of kids of the opposite biological sex in their restrooms and locker rooms. And we're being told to wait until we have orders from downstate. Already one university that introduced gender-neutral shower stalls had to reevaluate their policy after heterosexual males were caught taking pictures of girls showering in adjoining stalls. Mental health professionals and brain scientists still do not agree to the exact nature of transgender identification. Is it a mental disorder? Is it perception now reality? Our government has begun a chaotic process of basing identity on feelings and behavior. Kind of ironic that core curriculum teaches our children to always get the evidence. Well, evidence to our family is human anatomy. It's maleness and femaleness. And because of this, we have orderly families that respect and honor all mankind. Even the American College of Pediatricians issued a documented statement. They are urging educators and legislators to reject all policies that children should accept as normal a life of chemical and surgical impersonation of the opposite sex. Dr. Martin Luther King told his hearers, "A man dies when he refuses to stand up for that which is right, and a man dies when he refuses to stand up for justice. A man dies when he refuses to take a stand for that which is true." As an American, especially as a Christian American, we teach our family to be tolerant, loving, and accepting, and we want to help people who are struggling. We can do this without sacrificing our children on the altar of political correctness and LGBT radicals. Our government is out of order. I urge all persons of conscience who are educators and the Garrett County Board of Education to stand together with us and say, enough is enough. We will not comply.
Thank you. Next, Carrie Hook.
As a parent, I'll just say amen to everything that Sandy just said, but I would like to speak to you as a mental health professional in your school systems and just to clarify, to be transgendered is a mental health diagnosis outlined in the DSM-5. So I would urge you to take into consideration that as a clinician, I have to look at very specific details as to how somebody would come up with that diagnosis. A person to just walk into whatever bathroom they choose would not clinically be given the opportunity just to say that they are a certain diagnosis. Like if, I mean, I would encourage you to consider it like any other mental health diagnosis, and that we could potentially address this position like we do other mental health diagnoses in the school systems. You can create IEPs to accommodate the needs of other people without discrimination or without offending or victimizing other people. As mental health considerations, I would say we need to look at the transgender population as well as victims of trauma. I mean, let's think about how victims of sexual abuse are going to feel about a member of the opposite sex coming into the bathroom. It's terrifying. It can be terrifying. It can be triggering. It can be traumatic. And if that happens, then how are we going to how I would propose the question as to how is the school system supposed to handle that? How would you recommend to your administration to deal with sex offenders who are transgendered? I would encourage you to think about all of the aspects that go into this. I mean, I know when you read over the mandates and you read over the things that go along with the public announcement that came down, there's a lot that says that we can't ask for a doctor's diagnosis. We can't ask for confirmation because that's discrimination. But I would encourage you to think about how we're going to set the standard in our own county as to how we want to set our standards and what we as a county are going to do to address this problem versus just accepting what other people are going to tell us to do about it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Greg Lytle.
I don't say.
Okay, thank you. Bev Marple.
Hi. I just want to say I agree with everything that's been said here so far. I'm a nurse, and I don't have a lot to say, but I just want to say that I feel like this is a very serious threat against our children, their physical well-being and their emotional and psychological well-being. These matters could result in problems that could be lifelong for these kids. And we have got to take a stand and represent what's best for them. This is not what's best for them. And I believe that I agree with the fact that we need to have a public meeting, and it needs to be announced in a multitude of ways so that people are aware and that they can voice their opinions. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Is it Ivan Ankerman?
Ackerman.
Ackerman, okay, sorry, sir.
That's okay. I'm opposed to the letter that was sent out that was wrote, agreeing with these that are here. Being a lifelong Garrett Countyan, the only thing I'm asking is that we don't just take the opinion of those that aren't even from here to set the agenda for our kids and for our classrooms. And you know, I was listening to the math and the science and how that all blends and all of that. And the one had pointed out that our students are to go up, to go horizontal, to be, or to go and you know, go one step more and more. And really, I'm a pastor in this community. We deal with a lot of kids. We deal with a lot of heartache, and I know the school does. And we deal with a lot of situations that many people aren't aware of. And, you know, having a daughter and a son who grew up through these school systems right here, I would just hate to see us take giant steps backwards morally in our faith and in this community, and it just end up being a detriment to young ladies, and it just be a cesspool for things that really is no need to even be at the schools. And I think our kids deal with a lot of issues already. They've been mentioned by different ones, the abuses, the things that maybe for some years kids never even bring to surface. And I think this would just be making it a breeding ground for more of that to happen. So I'm just asking as a parent, as a pastor, that before any decision is made, there be a public meeting to get the general consensus of the people that live here, and it not just be forwarded to us from another county or from the federal government. I think we still hold the right to have an input to our local schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all of the names that I have at this time. I'd like to thank you for coming today, letting us know how you feel, and we will talk about this situation and let you know what's going on.
Can I ask one more question? Do you think there'll be something before school is let out?
I can't answer that. I don't know. So, but again, thank you. You're welcome to stay. We have a lot more meeting to go. Okay, next I'd like to go back to the DNG lease agreement. Mr. Swift.
Okay, thank you. Circling back on the DNG lease agreement, if you'll recall, DNG is the company that is contracted with the county to provide high-speed internet service throughout the county. It's wireless internet. And we have been asked to utilize our schools for a point of broadcasting the signal throughout the community. And we have a lease that we received. We took the lease to Mr. O'Mealy, I should say, to review the lease and to make any suggestions of changes to represent our side of putting these community masts on our schools. And we gave that input, we got that input, we put it into the agreement, we submitted the agreement to DNG. And okay. And the only two things that were, the DNG came back to us and said that they would not, two things that were issues. One was the fee per month that they would pay to broadcast through our schools. And the other one was the surety bond for the removal of the equipment, you know, at the end of the lease. They agreed to the bond, and they countered with a offer of $75 per site per month to utilize our schools to broadcast the signal. So that's what we have in an agreement for you to consider. And if you approve, then we'll need your signature, and we'll go ahead and implement the program and allow DNG to use our schools for the high-speed internet program. Any questions on that?
Just a comment, Bill. The thing I was most worried about was deconstruction. And obviously that's covered, which is a great relief to me.
And I'm sorry, I had to leave for a moment. You feel satisfied with the amount that they've agreed to as far as each facility, that the equipment?
They countered that.
Oh, okay.
We proposed something higher.
Oh, okay, okay. But I'm saying is, do you think this is sufficient or what we were, not what we were hoping for, right?
No, but we've come a long way in the lease agreement.
Yes, I
In
agree.
getting things that, you know, one of the big difficulties here is that the county sat down with DNG to discuss our schools without having a representative from our schools there. When they entered into the lease agreement with DNG, that complicated it because we have rules and regulations and things that we have to do because we have state buildings. We don't have county buildings. They're state buildings. So therefore, it's the, you know, the IAC and the Board of Public Works that governs what happens to our buildings in the way of erecting towers, you know, and so I think if we would have been represented at the initial meeting when the county was discussing their contract with DNG, we could have alleviated a lot of this right up front. So I think that, you know, a lot of work's been done on the staff here to bring the contract or the lease agreement around, and I think it's the best we're going to do. Bill?
I agree. And Mr. McKenzie and Mr. Gank had input to it as well. So we've looked at it from a finance perspective as well as an internet and IT perspective. And I think we all agree that.
And I think we started at like $25.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So it's up to 75.
So that was 25. 25.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not a month.
Off of our bill, right? And
It was a bill credit, yes.
Yeah.
So this was 75 per location.
Per month, in a check to us.
Right.
Not in a bill credit,
Which will
so.
go to support technology.
What about the issue of entering schools? They don't have the right to enter.
No, they don't. They have, we said we would not deny access with reasonable notice, and we will have an escort with them when they go into our schools.
And those are some of the technicalities that when a county agency sits down and enters into a contract, they don't realize need to be taken care of in the interest of safety of our kids. So my hat's off to staff for bringing this to closure, but we will need you to add it to the business agenda with the change on the $75 so that we can get it signed and executed.
We'll add it under continuing business. It could be C, DNG contract, right?
Lease agreement.
No, lease agreement, thank you. Okay. And thank you, everyone, for all of your hard work, and appreciate you getting that. And as Dr. Wilson said, the requirements for other people to do things are handled different than ours because of the fact that we have children in our buildings, and we have also state rules to go by. So thank you. Next is the recommendations for the FY 2017 CIP and Southern Middle School, and Mr. Swift.
Right, okay. You all received on board docs, the Southern Middle School limited renovation document. Have time to review that. If you don't, I have copies of it here.
Not much time to review this today.
No time.
No time, because Cindy would have been.
We have to address this being added.
Yeah.
Well, there's no action needs on it tonight. This is just an update to tell you where we are in the process.
Right, but it's always good to know what's in it, so we can follow along. So you'll need to point out, information.
Okay, well, I'll go through it here. This is, since the funding for the total renovation was not approved, I've talked to Dr. Lever, David Lever at the IAC, or the Public School Construction Program. We're talking about a limited renovation. And the next page in is a definition of what a limited renovation is. It's basically where you, school's got to be 15 years or older to qualify for a limited renovation. It's a CIP, just similar to any other request that we would make. But it's where you renovate 5 or more building systems in the school. You don't totally renovate the school. You pick 5 or more systems to renovate. And so this is the definition of what that is. So with that in mind, we met last month, the maintenance staff, along with the school administrators and with our architect. We go through and said, okay, let's look at all of our building systems here that need to be renovated. Let's talk about what needs to be done, prioritize those needs, and then put a price to it or a cost to it of what it would take to do those improvements. The next page, you just see, it's just a layout for your information, kind of the building that we have now and the issues that we have inside the building with open space design, walls that have been put up over the years, and classrooms stacked on top of each other and things. So, but after the diagram, you'll look at the items that we've put in priority order that need to be renovated at Southern Middle School. First and foremost is the roof replacement. The roof is original. It's 38, 39 years old. It needs to be replaced. It leaks. It's not something that we can wait on. We estimated the cost at $23 per square feet or $2.1 million to replace the roof. That's our number one priority. The second priority is the interior renovation, and that is to create 3 grade areas within the school to keep the grades separate as much as we can. Also create science classrooms. Some other things we looked at: downsizing media center and redoing the admin offices, new lockers and wall finishes, and some upgrades to the kitchen. Overall, the interior renovation of the walls and the layout of the facility is approximately $9 million. And I want to emphasize, these are just very, very rough estimates. I mean, we haven't brought any contractors in. We haven't done any detailed studies yet. These are just what the group that we pulled together identified. The third in priority order is security improvements, replace the interior doors and hardware, redo the canopy area out front to create a secure entrance into the school, relocate the admin offices towards at that entrance area, and upgrade the security cameras and the door access systems. Cost of $982,000. New fire alarm. It's an original fire alarm. It does need to be replaced. And sprinkler upgrades, $250,000. Exterior wall systems. We do have deteriorating walls. There's brick construction, and the bricks have been infiltrated with water. So we need to correct that issue. Overall, $225,000. We do change classes at the school, so our sixth priority is a new bell and intercom system. We plan on using IP phones that we've tested and used at Broadford portable classrooms with success. We're looking to add those to Northern High School as well, but we see that as a way to provide bell and intercom system at a cost of $180,000. Priority number 7 is gym renovation, $350,000. The request has been made that there's no area at Southern Middle School where they can assemble the entire school in one facility for any type of assemblies or productions. But we're looking at adding bleachers, reconfiguring the areas for storage, using the auxiliary gyms in a more efficient manner. And again, $350,000 for the gym renovation. Number 8 is upgrade the air handlers. This is what provides the heat and air conditioning to the school, or provides the cooling and heating. Recondition the existing ones, add cooling to the gym and kitchen areas. Make it a 4-pipe system, which means that we can heat and cool at the same time. We don't have to do a major changeover from heating to cooling, because when we get into spring and fall, we have cool mornings and hot afternoons, and usually all we have is heat at the time. It doesn't help.
Right now.
Yeah, right now, right. So the upgrade to the air handlers is $750,000. The sanitary line needs to be replaced. That's been an ongoing issue that we have. It's the main line going from the middle school across Broadford property out to Broadford Road. The pipe is deteriorating, needs to be replaced. We're not looking at replacing that or trying to repair that pipe because it's so deep at the ground. It would just be cheaper to install a whole new line and connect to the sanitary system. About $100,000 to do that. Parking lot improvements, $2.2 million. There's an ongoing need to improve the traffic flow at the middle school with Broadford, with the parent drop off and pickup, with the parking issues, with the bus loop and things. We think it's important that we redesign the whole parking area at the school. And the last one is the emergency power upgrade. This school has been deemed as an emergency shelter by MEMA, which is Maryland Emergency Management. And whenever there's a renovation to a school, we have to go through a process for them to review to see if that school would be deemed as a emergency shelter for the county. And we've already gone through that process, and they have deemed that it is needed for an emergency shelter. So we would have to upgrade the power with a new generator. The generator is not large enough to provide the power to make it a shelter. It does just emergency lighting right now, but we would have to provide power to like the kitchen, the cafeteria, and the gymnasium and the restrooms and things at a cost of $300,000. So those are the 11 systems that we've identified. We certainly look for your input as to what you think of your priority for those systems. The next page is just a summary of the total cost if we add everything, the 11 systems, the architectural and engineering services required to pull all this together. We're looking at about $16 million, $16.4 million in renovation costs. You add the A&E cost to it, it's $18.5 million to do a limited renovation, all 11 building systems. To put that in perspective, the total renovation for the school without the add alternates is $28 million. So, and if the cost share works out to a 25/75, the limited renovation will be about $6.5 million cheaper than what the total renovation was, or less expensive than the total renovation. So that's where we are on the cost. Yes, sir.
I see Dr. Lever's not coming up until the 24th, which is too bad because we'll be downstate for, some of us will be downstate for Teacher of the Year. But has he given you any indication as to whether or not there is IC money available for this project?
We haven't gone down that road yet.
We haven't gone that road.
No.
Okay.
What we will have to do is we will have to submit for total renovation, because it's a CIP project, the same we would with any other CIP project. And we would have to get in line, submit that to the IAC and go through the same process that we did for the total renovation.
for a difference of $6 million.
Right, about 6.5 million. And again, I just want to reemphasize that these are estimates. These are our estimates. Not really pulled in the true experts on this. So the next steps are, the next page down is we're meeting with Dr. Lever. He's visiting the school on Tuesday, and we're touring the school. We're discussing the limited renovations, understanding his perspective and how the process works, and the state guidelines and the funding requirements for limited renovation. Next step is to prioritize the list of building systems and revise the estimates. Prepare for fiscal year 2019, because we could not possibly prepare a CIP for submission this September. There's just too much work to be done. So it would be next September to submit our CIP request for limited renovation, which would make it a fiscal year 2019 project. So then we would, if we did move down in that we wanted to move forward with this limited renovation, we would have to submit our CIP to the county commissioners for approval, then submit to the state, and then we also need to then talk about the timeline. How would we do this? Would we do a phased renovation, meaning we do a building system at a time while students are still in the school, which would, those take years to complete, a phased renovation, as opposed to what we're talking about with total renovations, moving the students completely off the campus, renovating the entire building and moving them back, which is about a 2-year process. If we do a phased, it would be much longer than a 2-year process. Then we have to talk about, well, if we do a phase, where do we relocate the students to, or where will we displace them within the building while we did a certain renovation to another area of the building? So there's a lot of moving variables here that we'd have to consider how we're gonna manage this. Then obviously we need to involve an architect and engineer. Unfortunately, most of the design work that has been done would not work with this, because we were totally gutting the entire inside, making everything one level. And with limited renovation, we can't do that. And we're dealing with different levels. We're dealing with columns and load-bearing walls and things like that. So there's a lot of issues we have to overcome in a limited renovation. So, and the last page I have is the current CIP that was submitted last September, and that's just for your information of that we have nothing scheduled, no capital improvement projects scheduled for fiscal year 2017-18, and if we do the limited renovation, then that would fall into 2019. Any questions?
I just have a few. I mean, like I said, we just got it today, so I haven't really gone over it very well. There wasn't much time, but I want to comment that this is very tentative, pending Dr. Lever's. Right. So we have given this to you. This will be brought back several times. And it has to be put on that CIP and go to the state. Mm-hmm. So I know that it got posted today, but we weren't expecting action. Plus, his presentation, I think, was important for helping you understand how we got to this place that we got to. So I apologize for it going up late, but if it hadn't have gone up today, then it wouldn't have been addressed till June. And if we're going to do a CIP, you customarily want it in August. So to wait would not have been in the best interest of the school system, which is why I asked that it be put up late, and I'll take full responsibility for that.
Okay, did you have questions? Thank you. I did have a couple. Dr. Lever, is he the one that'll be leaving?
Mm-hmm.
So then you just have to talk to somebody else, I guess, like.
Well, whoever would be replacing him, yes.
Peter French.
Yeah.
And the process will still be the same, I
Yes.
assume.
The process won't change, right?
I know that this is new and we'll have a lot of discussions, and I understand that, but you said if all 11 Adam went through, that would take about 2 years if the students weren't in the school?
Well, the total renovation was scheduled to be a 2-year process, yes. The limited renovation, if we move the students out, and we could probably do it within 2-year time frame.
But it's not my understanding that the commissioners are gonna fund those individual projects all in that limited amount of time.
Right.
They are indicating that they're gonna spread this out. So as the instructional leader of the school system and the person who has to guard the instructional program for the students, this approach is significantly disruptive to the educational program of kids. Because some of these things will not be allowed to be done while the kids are in the school. And some of them can be done while the kids are in the schools, but they may have to be relocated to another section of the building. When you think of what we're going through right now, just with assessment and the chaos that that causes, some of these things might take 3 months, so it'll be 4 months, students can't be in the building, you relocate them for that period of time, and then you relocate them back. It's severely disruptive for middle school in particular, who have their own sets of challenges and focus issues. And so I believe that before the decision is made to move forward with this, the board might want to seriously consider some other alternatives in terms of looking at other alternatives besides renovating or even doing a limited renovation of Southern Middle School. Because Dr. Lever will tell you that it's just throwing money after something that's in a few years not going to be worth much more than when you started in taking this kind of approach. But my concern is what will happen to the children and the children's academic program as they become bouncing balls in response to this type of an approach to renovation. And I would be remiss if I didn't look through the lens of the students and the impact this kind of approach will have on them.
Now, Northern Middle, if I'm correct, it was entire complete renovation, correct?
Yes.
Where were the students placed then?
And Northern.
And portables.
Yeah.
And the 6th grade stayed at the.
Right, 6th grade stayed at the elementary school for that year.
So if the commissioners can't do this in a condensed time frame with the 16 or their share or whatever it is, you're going to spread it over 4 or 5 years, then every year conceivably the children are shifting either within the school or between 2 facilities.
Something that's got to be pointed out to the commissioners is construction costs went up, what, 32%? How much did construction costs go up this past year?
Significantly went from $232 to $282 a square foot.
Spread that over 4 years, it's going to wind up costing as much as the total renovation would cost today, which I think is part of our explanation to the commissioners when we come to it. The longer we delay, the more it's going to cost.
Yes, so if they do, that's a good point, because if they do spread it out, it's going to cost more.
Sure.
Even if we were costed out now with an engineer in 5 years when we approached it.
Could be significantly more. Mm-hmm.
A concern is the roof. Like you said, we've been told that it leaks. If this process could go through, and it probably possibly wouldn't start till 2019, will the roof hold out till 2019? I mean, like.
We've patched it and
Right,
held it together, so
so-
it's hard to say. Our roofing experts would tell us the roof needs to be replaced now. So it's something that we probably need to act on sooner than later. And right behind it is Broadford, same age, same issues. Yeah, if you don't have a good roof, you don't have much.
Is my understanding correct that our elementary schools on the southern end of the county are fairly full? There's not much room to have additional students in the elementary schools at this time?
No, we're not in bad shape right now on the southern end since we've added the portable classrooms at Broadford. We've added capacity of 200 additional students there.
So then it would be possible to leave 6th graders in elementary schools if we had to relocate them for a period of time to have sixth grade instead of moving up to stay at elementary schools.
That's what we proposed in the total renovation, keeping the sixth grade at the elementaries, moving the seventh and eighth over to the high
Yeah, that's
school.
more than.
Well, in electing not to do the renovation, and looking at alternatives, I believe if you look at the enrollment statistics for Southern High School, and using your idea of sixth grade remaining in elementary schools, you know, that could be an alternative to renovation of any kind.
Absolutely.
And personally, as a student at Southern High, can attest to the fact that we have plenty of room for more students. And the formatting of the building even could be, I mean, there are different wings that we could consider having, you know, there's the math science wing, or possibly like you could put a majority of 7th and 8th grade classes in one wing as much as possible, and then just sort of move the high school classes throughout the building, because we can handle figuring out where different things are. But it'd be possible to condense, it'd be possible to condense middle school or previously middle schoolers to a different portion of the building, I think, because we do have some vacant classrooms as is.
Like a school within a school.
There was an article in the news last night about Erie is closing 4 high schools and busing those kids to other counties.
Erie,
Because, yes, because they cannot afford, they have to do something to manage the budget. I don't know how many millions of dollars over budget they are. But I mean, it's so counties are looking at drastic measures and to try to bring down their costs.
When the high school was built, wasn't it originally 7th through 12th?
Was it junior, senior high school?
Yes. So I mean, and I think actually the numbers are pretty comparable to what it was, because I had looked at that a long time ago. The numbers of what it was then to now are very comparable.
In terms of the 9 through 12 enrollment?
When it was built, how many students there was from 7th to 12th grade.
Oh, 7th to 12th.
And when you compare the students we have now, the numbers are pretty.
From 9 to 12 is close to what the 7 to 12 was.
Right, yes. That's what I'm sorry.
No, that's not what you meant. You meant
No,
7 to.
you meant 7 to
7 to
12.
12, when the school was initially built,
Right.
is comparable to our 7 to 12
7 to
population that we
12 now.
have now. 7 in the county, yes.
Maybe smaller now.
Well, the issue is that the building, as it was designed, was not designed when it was built for things like dedicated health rooms, computer labs.
Right.
So things now in delivering a current academic program, we've had to augment and change classrooms for specific purposes that weren't even conceived when that building was built. So there is space being utilized for other things that could not be utilized for classrooms like it was when it was built 50-some years ago or 60-some years ago. So, but I believe that by occupancy numbers, that could be a real consideration moving forward, because I think it's very important that people keep in mind the severe disruption that this approach to renovation will do.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We'll be working on this more, so thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, thanks Bill for all that work on it.
Yes.
Thank you for the work.
Make a motion.
At this, I'd like to ask for a motion to move into executive session
Well, actually,
under,
we adjourn. Oh, no.
You know, we're doing it differently.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session.
okay, I have to give the information on this one.
Matt, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. I could cut off a little bit.
One moment, please. I'll find out. and do public comment, so, folks wouldn't have to wait. And we're sorry that you've had to wait this amount of time. And, under public comment is David Moe on the Board of Education budget. I would like to read comments on the, as far as how we do the, public comment. The Garrett County Board of Education is pleased to receive comments and ideas from our public pertaining to the policies, procedures, and/or practices of the school system. We ask that comments be limited to a maximum time of 3 minutes per individual unless otherwise considered by the board president. There will be no discussion or actions taken at this meeting, but may be considered at a future meeting. Issues that are specific to individual employees should be referred to the immediate supervisors for appropriate consideration and review. Rude, slanderous, or threatening remarks or other behavior that is disruptive or interferes with the order of the meeting is not permitted. Okay, thank you for waiting, Mr. Moe. Would you come up and join us?
Thank you, Charlotte.
You're welcome.
I'm here to discuss and ask you all about your budget proposal as it was presented to the Board of County Commissioners last April in public meeting. My understanding from looking at that you all are requesting an additional $700,000 for salaries. And I'm concerned that if that continues after this upcoming fiscal year where we've got another 1.3 through legislative action. And if the county is then has to resort back to just maintenance of effort for their future contributions after this 1.3 next fiscal year, that there will be not enough funds to keep them, all the schools open. So I'm here to ask you if that's been considered in your budget. You know, do you have a 5-year budget? Forecast anything further than 1 year or 2 years?
We do our budgets 1 year at a time. As you know, over the past several years, we've had situations where we were got a lot less money from the state because the fact that there was a removal of the fact that we were getting money when we had less students, and then that was changed. That was got to a situation where we've had budget shortages from the state level. So in that case, it's, you know, pretty hard to make plans 5-10 years ahead or whatever. So as far as having anything past the year that we're, you know, looking forward to, like the FY17, it would be hard to do plans.
Hard to forecast.
Yes.
I know they're working on the Thornton formula and the Cade formula.
Yes, yes.
So, but
And-
we don't know when those are gonna.
Right, and both of those could change, you know, change our incomes. So,
But is this 700,000 a contractual obligation?
Could I suggest that you remand the superintendent to answer Mr. Moe in writing,
we could do that. We could do that.
just so that we have all the facts straight for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think you understand where I'm coming from. I
Right.
mean, when I saw you two at the chamber breakfast a couple of days ago, and it was mentioned that hopefully they can secure those additional 1.3 in future years, but what if we can't? And what if the county has to resort to maintenance of effort? Where will that put you if you commit to another almost $750,000 in salary?
Well, Mr. Moe, the county has already taken us back to maintenance of effort. That's already happened.
That's already confirmed.
Well, we have a letter to that effect, yes.
Okay.
And I think your question, if so that I can respond in writing and I'm clear, you are asking if the April board presentation that had the budget still $700,000 over what was requested
Previously.
last year, is an amount that's being dedicated to salaries. Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. I would be happy to respond to that once the board takes action tonight on the amount of money that they're going to send over to the county. Then we'll know, because those were work sessions, and that amount really started out at $1.7 million over the last year. And so during work sessions, we are continually talking about the needs of the students. So if that is your question, I'll know the answer after tonight's business session.
Okay, and the other reason I raised this issue is because I read an article in the Washington Post a couple days ago where the board has had to, or the county has had to cut its contribution to the board. I don't want us to get into that situation. I definitely don't want us to get in a situation where we have to go through another school closing scenario, and I don't think the board does either. So I'm hoping that reduction is further reduced, or it's discretionary for 1 year, and that doesn't commit the board for 3, 4, 5 years out, because that could turn out to be quite tumultuous. So I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. I never.
You have his contact.
We all do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, and thank you for waiting.
That's all right.
Okay, while we're open again, I want to go ahead and go down on the, it's not on the work session. Lauren, we would like to go ahead. We're gonna go back into executive session, and then what we would like to do is go ahead and have you report to us. And then, we won't hold you up the whole evening. If that's okay with you, or if you want, because we have quite a while yet to work on the executive session before we can go back into the business session. So it's up to you, whichever you would like to do.
Report now.
Oh, sure, I can give my report now, if you all don't mind.
No, that's
You don't mind.
So, unfortunately, this will be my last meeting with you all. My summer advising day for my college will be in June, so I'll have to travel to Chestertown the day of the June board meeting. So I'd just like to say that I have enjoyed working with all of you, and that I have learned so much, and especially, just parliamentary procedure and the difference between procedures and policies, and just all the sort of nuts and bolts things that actually really affect how decisions are made and how policies affect students and all of those sorts of things. But I've also learned a lot about how to interact with fellow members on a board in a formal setting, and that's definitely a skill that will be very useful to me throughout the rest of my life. And I'd just like to thank you all for the opportunity to work with you, and I've enjoyed my time here.
Oh, thank you very much, and we've definitely enjoyed having you. And I'm sure all of us have learned from you also, and appreciate you. You've been an excellent representative for the student body, and they're very fortunate to have you. And I think we are very fortunate to have
you. And I forgot one other thing. At Southern High School, we're starting a survey to address the scheduling process. So a lot of students at Southern have been confused as far as what credits they need to graduate, and just how to get the classes they need, and confusion about classes being at the same time, like AP classes conflicting with each other. And so one thing that we think would be very helpful at Southern, at least, would be to sort of pinpoint where students sort of feel they're not getting the most help they need with scheduling, or what they think can be improved with the scheduling process. And I'm working with administration and teachers to get a survey out to the student body, hopefully by the end of the school year. And if I personally can't present the results to you all, make sure that someone from Southern is able to come and present that information to you next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It'd be interesting to hear that, I'm sure.
You've given it a lot of really good insight this year. I really appreciate it. I think sometimes student board members are afraid to speak out, but you told us, and that's what we need.
Thank you. Well, and as you have done an excellent job, and I'm sitting here thinking that tonight we have experienced that students who are going to Penn State, Worcester, and Washington College, and you guys, you're off to a really, really good start, and you will do a great job. You're the total package, very articulate, very serious, can also have a little fun.
And you sing.
And she can sing.
Beautifully.
Yes.
You know, congratulations on a very successful preparation for your next step. You'll do great.
We have a little gift.
Oh.
Hopefully this will be useful to you.
Well, since some of us don't know what it is, please,
Yeah.
we're dying of curiosity.
Ooh, that's a lovely bag.
That'd be great. Gonna get a new laptop for college and I got the bag already. All right, thank you very much. That's very
You're
thoughtful.
Oh,
Very
hopefully you can use that.
Mr. Morris.
All of our little scribbling.
Oh, I appreciate it. Oh, that's just so sweet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So what I was trying to say before is we do have probably an hour or so of still executive session, and it has to be done before we go back into the business session. So
Okay.
if you'd like to stay with us, that's fine, but we're going back into executive session and for an hour
You
probably.
have like one or two things to vote on.
Yeah, we have the budget
The budget.
and textbook adoption will be the things that will come back and, but we wanted to go ahead and get your report, so it's up to you. You're welcome to.
I actually have a few homework things.
Well, that's what I figured, yes.
How did we get?
I hate to cut out early, but.
No, you're not cutting out early. You did your duty, so it's up to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
We'll see you at graduation.
we also heard Frostburg. I forgot I asked Taylor.
Yes.
So it's, it's great.
Yes, it is, definitely. Thank you all very much.
Yes, thank you.
I have Taylor's mother was to be as far away from her sister.
Okay, at this point, we, are going to recess, this part of, no, actually, yeah. We're gonna recess this part of the meeting and go back into executive session for a while. Thank you. Meeting to order at 9:50. First, we have the consent agenda, approval of the consent agenda. And the consent agenda consists of the agenda we're working with, which we do need to make some additions to, I believe, before we approve it. I'd like to add under continuing business, item C, which is the DNG lease agreement. That will be an action item. I'd also like to add item D, which would be attorney appointment, which would be an action item also. Are there any other additions to the agenda?
Let's see.
Yes.
The negotiated agreement.
That's under the consent agenda. Okay.
You want to move student board member report?
Yes, student board member report will be, we moved it. We did that at the work session. Thank you.
The board report.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't have that in here. Okay, so now we have the agenda, so we'll be acceptance of this agenda that we've just talked about or changed. The minutes from April 12th, 2016 board meeting would be the executive session, the work session, and the business session, and the May 12th, 2016 executive session. Tentatively accepting the 4 bargaining unit agreements, staffing realignment. I believe that's all the items we have under the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll move that we accept the consent agenda.
Mr. Carr, do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second, yeah.
Second.
Okay, got 3 seconds now. Okay, all in favor say aye. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. That, the consent agenda is approved. Announcements, Dr. Wilson?
Okay, on May 24th, the Teacher of the Year reception is at the State Board, where we will be honoring Lori Burdock's reigning year. June 1 is Swan Meadows graduation. June 4th will be the Garrett County Public Schools graduation ceremony at the Cart. Northern will be first at 10 a.m. and Southern at 3 p.m. The Garrett County Public Schools will honor our retirees on June the 7th at a dinner at Dutch's Restaurant. And on June the 10th, there's a May boardsmanship workshop, the key work of school boards, at the MABE office at Annapolis from 9 to 12.
Okay, and I have an announcement about the superintendent search. We are doing interviews with 6 applicants this coming week and the next week. And then on June 8th, 2016, there will be an orientation meeting at Garrett College for stakeholders that have been identified by the board to interview the 3 finalists. Those interviews will be June 13th, 14th, and 15th, when each finalist comes for a one-day visit to the county on separate days. They will also have dinner with the board in the evening of their visit. We plan to announce the new superintendent at our June 21st Board of Ed meeting. Also, another announcement is that Dr. Wilson and I went to the 4-H awards dinner, and the Board of Education received a plaque for being, I think the title was Friends of the 4-H, and they thanked us. Yeah, oh, there's our plaque, yes. Very nice. I'll have to get that put up. For allowing them to use our facilities, which is all of our, the county facilities and our schools for their meetings and other activities that they hold. And that was a very nice awards meeting. I just wanted to mention that. That's all I have. Anyone else have an announcement? Okay. Next we will do, we already did public comment unless we have someone else, and I think everybody commented and left, I believe. Do you have anything? Oh, okay. Textbook adoption action, Mrs. Baker?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I have for your approval this evening, if you remember last month, I brought English Language Arts, My Perspectives. It's a Pearson product for 9th grade English. It went out for public comment here at the board office and at both high schools. And I checked as of yesterday. I had cut the deadline off last week, but I checked as of yesterday, and we had received no comments on the materials. So I am recommending for your approval this product for our 9th grade English.
Okay. We're going to do each one of them separately.
I thought we should.
Yes,
I think that's what we've
you're
done in the
right.
past.
Okay, do I have a motion to accept the, tell me one more time.
It is grade 9, My Perspective, English Language Arts. It's a Pearson product.
Okay.
I'll be happy to make a motion that we accept 9th grade English curriculum.
Okay, do you have a second?
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Yes.
Yeah, by way of discussion, I would just like to say I did go through it. I didn't write out, but I was very impressed with the literary choices that they have for the 9th graders.
Thank you.
Yes, I looked at it also. So it's fine. Okay, any other comments? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Next.
Thank you. The next will be adoption of the health for 9th grade. It is Glencoe Health, which is a product of McGraw-Hill. Again, you'll remember that I brought this last month. This text was actually a recommendation of not only the 9th grade teachers, but it also went through the Health Advisory Committee as well. Was presented to them, was presented to you last month, also received no comments on the health book. So I'm recommending it for your adoption this evening as well.
Okay, have a recommendation for the health book. Do you have a motion to accept?
I make the motion to accept the 9th grade health book.
Okay.
Ian said he was at the health advisory, and they all seemed very satisfied with it.
Do you have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, do I have a vote? And all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. The budget revenue request. Mr. McKenzie? It's the action item.
Here's the revenue request.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so I think if we could just kind of start with this document. Basically, what this document does is kind of a crosswalk from the superintendent's original budget.
what the revenues, the expected revenues look like with that. And it also compares to what it was last year. Okay, so you can see in the original plan that the Maryland state aid was $19,458,679. And then the revised number represents the additional $1.3 million that in the governor's book, or in the governor's put forth for us, as well as other districts with declining enrollment. Whenever you move down, then we're still keeping QZAB and aging school funds at approximately $450,000, and those will change as Mr. Swift gets approvals or denied for certain projects that could be impacted as well. The next big thing was in the original budget, we had anticipated utilizing $500,000 from the healthcare trust funds. You'll recall in 2016, if you look over to the left, there was $1 million utilized for that purpose. So at this point in time, we've landed on actually taking no money out of the healthcare reserves. And you can see that 500,000 reflected in the variance column, that reduction. Whenever you come down to the county tax levy, which is basically the monies we're receiving from county government, or potentially requesting of county government, which is really what I'm asking the board to formally consider formally doing this evening. Obviously we did have a joint meeting at the commissioner's office, and kind of informally we're kicking around some requests, but I think the board really needs to make a formal request, and this takes into account the additional $400,000 as a result of the incremental increase in maintenance of effort, as well as $448,000 worth of non-recurring expenses. So you can see we would be at $27,444,903. So overall, whenever you look at the revised proposal for unrestricted revenue, the Board of Ed has $1,219,823,000 more in the anticipated revenues this year compared to last year. Okay, and with that being primarily the $1.3 million from the governor and a slight increase in state aid, and then the shift between the increase of county government requests from county government of $854,303 and the $1 million that's not coming out of the healthcare trust. We anticipate restricted revenues being somewhat similar. And as you go down, obviously, we're all well aware that the middle school project is not going forward. So the original $13,158,394, which was included there, is a zero. And I believe Mr. Swift obviously has made the board aware of some potential capital items relative to Southern Middle School over the next several years. So those are the revenues, and whenever you flip to the next page, you can see the summary level expenses. Okay, and as has been the case, whenever you look at salaries and fixed charges, certainly about 77.5% of the budget is reflective of those categories. Okay, we did see an increase in transfers relative to a non-public placement, as well as an increase in contracted services relative to anticipated fuel costs, or some of those changes. and then some instructional changes as well. Certainly, there's still a placeholder in there for negotiations relative to some salaries and benefits. So is there any questions about this? Really, what we're asking for tonight would be a formal request of county government for what the board feels it would need. Well, the board, we would ask for the board to make a formal request of county government for a fiscal 17 appropriation.
And that's the 27,444,903.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Okay. We'll be asking for a motion for budget revenue request of $27,444,903. Do I have a motion?
I'd be happy to move that we make a formal request to the county commissioners for the stated sum, $27,444,903.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question, pure curiosity. What are you projecting in your crystal ball for future coming year?
I think within the budget, I believe we budgeted like 275, so there's still a cushion, but the cushion has been eroding relatively quickly. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on this, and I know it's not over yet, but
One step closer.
yes, thank you very much. Okay, next we have the DNG lease agreement. Mr. Swift.
Okay, for your consideration, the DNG lease agreement for the community mass sites of the lease that we reviewed at the work session.
Okay. Do you have a motion to accept the DNG lease agreement as presented?
I'll make a motion to accept the DNG lease agreement.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll be happy to second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Already answered your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for hanging with us. Okay, next would be item D, attorney appointment. Okay. Have a motion to appoint a new attorney.
Could you give us his name?
Yes. Brandon Hoover.
Okay. Well, having interviewed a number of candidates, the board is happy to settle upon Brandon Hoover, and I would like to make a motion that we engage him as the board counsel.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Oh. Okay, thank you. Any discussion? As Mr. Carr said, we did interview several, and I have checked with Mr. Hoover, and he has agreed that he would like to work with the board. And so we're ready to vote unless there's any other questions.
I think they were very appreciative of all that came forward and applied for it.
Yes.
It was a wonderful turnout.
Yes. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Just a question.
Yes,
Who
ma'am.
would be sending letters to the people that did apply?
Yes, I will.
Thanking them. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'll take care of that. Thank you. May report, Tom?
Big thing is what has come out of legislative. I have been to legislative meetings. I have been to legal services meetings. I have been to state board meetings. But we have some work ahead of us as a board, given things that have been mandated that we do. Just side point, the governor had told state agencies to stay away from Annapolis during this session, which means that an MSDE, for example, could not go and testify on any of the bills. So what comes out of the session is strictly what was debated on the floor by the people who were there, or people like MABE and PZAM and ACLU who came and testified on various bills. The governor has retained $25 million. It's called, he's fenced off the money, or they're accusing him of fencing off the money. For example, $6 million for aging schools he hasn't released. He also hasn't released $19 million for teacher retirement. And of that $19 million, while we celebrate having received the $1.3 million for 1 year, Garrett and Kent counties are getting nothing extra toward teacher retirement.
Extra, Tom, or nothing, period?
No, extra.
Extra.
Were you aware of this, Mr. Thornberry? No?
You know, you're talking relative to the disparity grant.
Yeah.
But I think it's fortunate they didn't lose it though.
They didn't lose it, we lost.
Well,
the two counties that got zero, but that's the bad news. A big fight over the assessments for the Kindergarten Readiness Act. And it turns out that the state, rather than requiring it of all entering kindergartners, is going to do a random sampling. And it's up to local discretion as to whether they're going to do all kids or some kids in their LEA. In terms of the legislative audits, which we love, which we have every 6 years, which we've just finished in Garrett County, in the future, if you're not ready at the end of 6 years, the school board and the local delegates in writing may request another year before the auditors do come. Preschool extra.
Just to maybe point clarification, I think it's another cycle. I think you get.
It's the full cycle.
It's the full cycle.
Another 6 years?
That's better, another 6 years.
But it is contingent on the approval of the board
And
your
the
county commissioners of the county you're in and your local delegation.
Which would be Senator Roots and Weitzel. They did not pass the preschool funding. So we're still relying on federal grants and our own resources. Boost, all the people who are against vouchers have now signed on to give scholarships to children in cities and that sort of thing to go to private and parochial schools. Big thing was the motor fuel tax exemption and refund, which exempts school boards and people who do business for school boards or school bus contractors from paying the fuel tax, which is going to be a major savings. And the man behind the bill is Tony Trotta from Washington County.
Did it pass?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We are going to be looking at developing or retuning our policy on freedom of journalism and freedom of speech. We have to develop a policy allowing more freedom of speech, but we still may include limits on vulgar language. So this is a policy thing that those of us who are on the policy and priorities committee will be facing. Insurance limits of it on indemnification, they moved from $100,000 to $400,000. So is that gonna have significant impact on our insurance? Okay, well, that's good.
Maybe aware of it.
Yeah. Open agenda, Open Meetings Act, we're already in compliance with that. The agenda must be published at least 24 hours in advance. We've been doing that all along. Schools that begin at 8:30 in the morning are going to receive an orange ribbon. That was written up in the paper this week. Garrett County qualifies because of our late start. Many schools downstate start at 7:30. And there's been this big push that's too early for the high school kids to get up. They don't get enough sleep.
Great research shows that.
Yes, research shows. I wonder how many of them raise kids. Food recovery program. We're trying to reduce food waste by donations. And were you and Mrs. Schweitzer giggling about this yesterday, is what's spoilable and what's perishable and not perishable?
No, actually, that was a conversation on biomedical science, something that Mr. Harmon was going to be ordering. So, animal parts.
Okay, well, Mr. Germain, as I understand it, is already involved in how he's going to implement this. By September 1st, the State Board of Education must have a bullying, harassment, and intimidation policy in place, and it's mandated that ours be in place by the 1st of January. So that's the second policy thing we're going to have to get on. And the diabetes care services was settled in favor of keeping nurses in control of distributing diabetes medication rather than enlisting volunteers to do so, which is, I think, sensible.
Mr. Carr, I'd like to
Please.
Elaborate on the KRA. It's not it's not a random sample. It's actually called a representative sample, because one of the purposes of the KRA is to look at the quality of early care. And it was initially called a random sample, but when the when the bill came out, there was quite a bit of controversy over the fact that the reason for one of the reasons, there's two reasons for the KRA, but one of the reasons was the appraisal of early care quality. So we have to make sure that we have in our representative sample so many students that were in Head Start, so many students that were in private daycare, so many students that were at home, so that we can still have some type of a measure on the quality of the care that they're coming from when they enter kindergarten. So that's been a big topic in the assessment commission. So it has to be, and the district has a choice between the representative sample or a full census administration. So that will be decided soon, based on some technical advice that we're getting from other folks. And I also have a point of clarification, if I may, about the attorney. Is that effective July 1 or is that effective immediately? Because we'll have certain things that we'll need to do to set up in our system, the financials. So I'm not sure what your vote indicated. Is that July 1 or is that effective immediately?
I think it's effective immediately.
Okay, so
I'll talk to Larry about, Mr. McKenzie, I'm sorry, about the payment, the when, yeah. So,
Is he on retainer?
yes, yes. Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you for your additions. Next item is the June 21st board meeting location. If we need any additional seating at that meeting, I was thinking about having the meeting at Southern to have more room, but we do have, we did do the awards tonight. We've had most of the students in, so I think we'll be fine at this location.
this room is not available though. They said that we could meet downstairs because of the technology.
That's right.
Revamping.
That was the reason. Okay, okay. So we will be downstairs, so we can
We'll
set up.
so that it can.
Okay, so that should be It should work. Is everybody okay with the downstairs? Okay, we will be in this building, but we'll be on the second floor instead of the third floor. Okay?
Got that, Matt?
Yeah, I got it. Sorry, I'm on mute.
Okay, you received your items, the May and June 2016 school activities. Lots of stuff going on. So, but it's exciting and I have definitely enjoyed it so far. Any other comments, questions? If not, we need to move back into executive session at this time. And we will only come out to close the meeting is.
Well, we can adjourn the business meeting. It's the work meeting that's still open. Because the executive is carved out of the work. So I'd like to make a motion that we close the business meeting.
Okay.
And then coming out of executive, we will close the work session.
Okay, okay, fine. Have a motion to close the business session. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
I'll be honest.
No, it's down 10%.